Chapter 2583 Clear Reward S Rank Rating. Chapter 2583 Clear Reward S Rank Rating System. Congratulations! You are the first team of players to complete Poison City's Secret Land Crusade. Rewarding level +1. 50 free mastery points, 5 legacy skill points, 1 exotic legacy potion, 20 God's Domain reputation points, and 40 Poison City reputation points. System, congratulations! You are the first team of players to challenge Poison City while below level 120 successfully, rewarding 100 Poison City reputation points. System, congratulations! Your Poison City reputation has reached 100 points. Unlocking Poison City Exchange Merchant. You may now purchase Poison City's specialty items. System, congratulations! For completing the inferior legendary quest, Beginning of the End in 1 day, you've received an S-rank clear rating, rewarding level +1, 10 legacy skill points, and 1 silver legacy treasure chest. The series of system notifications momentarily stunned every survivor on the team. These rewards were simply too abundant. Even without the quest rewards, Crodia had awarded enough EXP to add another 40%, at least, to everyone's experience bars. Including the various quest rewards, everyone on the team rose by at least 2 levels. Even the players that had fallen in the battle and later resurrected had reached level 114. These rewards just saved us more than a fortnight of grinding and dungeon raids. If the others back in the guild find out about this, they'll likely die from envy, one of Dark Rhapsody's main force members said as he looked at his own level and available legacy skill points. Even the various superpowers peak experts would be lucky to reach level 110 by this stage of the game. Yet the lowest leveled player among Dark Rhapsody's main force members had reached level 114, with many already at 115. In other words, they were 1 minor threshold ahead of the various superpowers peak experts. While a gap of 5 levels might not seem like much, it was massive after factoring in the difference in equipment and weapons. Furthermore, level 115 players could equip level 120 items. Aside from the significant increase in levels, the team members were elated when they saw how many legacy skill points they had earned. With 15 legacy skill points, they could learn a new Tier 3 legacy skill, which would elevate their combat power to a whole new level. That's nothing. Take a look at the exotic legacy potion and silver legacy treasure chest. Now those are truly amazing. A level 115, Tier 3 Dark Shield Warrior exclaimed as he pulled an ink-black potion and silver chest from his bag. When the rest of the team examined the 2 items' descriptions, an uproar swept through the team. Exotic Legacy Potion, Grandmaster Potion, Consumable, grants user guidance for 1 hour in unlocking the mana body or gaining mana control. Limit 1 per player. Silver Legacy Treasure Chest. Players have a high chance of obtaining a top-tier weapon or equipment piece catered to their class and level. A small chance of obtaining a Tier 3 skill or spell book catered to their class. A very small chance of obtaining a piece of epic equipment, and a minute chance of obtaining a unique legacy or legacy weapon catered to their class upon opening this chest. Time limit, 1 natural day. All of God's Domain's Tier 3 players dreamed of unlocking their mana body's full potential and gaining more mana control, but accomplishing either of these tasks was incredibly difficult. Even now, the various superpowers hadn't found a reliable method to accelerate the process and had to rely on their members' talent and skills. And yet these players had just received a potion that offered an opportunity to make significant progress in both challenges. This was an astoundingly rare opportunity. If they took advantage of this opportunity properly, they might even become peak or apex experts in God's Domain. The silver legacy treasure chest was just as astronomically valuable. Even with crappy luck, the worst item they would obtain was a top-tier weapon or equipment piece suited for their classes and levels. Such a weapon or piece of equipment would provide a massive boost to their combat power, and if they got lucky, they might even acquire a piece of epic equipment. When the guild leader finds out about our rewards after working with Zero Wing, he'll likely laugh himself mad, Blue Rainbow said, sighing ruefully as she gazed at the open treasure chest before her. Her silver legacy treasure chest had granted a piece of level 115 dark gold equipment, yet this was the worst possible outcome. Dark Rhapsody had sent over 100 members to participate in Zero Wing's expedition, which meant that their team would return with more than 100 pieces of level 115 dark gold equipment, and that was if everyone had bad luck. To secure such a haul, they'd have to repeatedly raid level 115 team dungeons for more than 20 days. After all, only 100-man Helm mode team dungeons and above had a chance of dropping dark gold equipment, and the drop rate wasn't even 100%. Yet they had only tagged along with Zero Wing for a little over 3 days and gained such a bountiful harvest. When she reported this to her guild leader, he'd assumed she was delusional or was acting as a spy for Zero Wing. The situation even dumbfounded Sherfone. The rewards are so abundant. Sherfone could not believe his eyes as he read the system notifications. Unlike everyone else, however, Sherfone wasn't focused on the exotic legacy potion or silver legacy treasure chests. Instead, the amount of Poison City reputation points awarded and the fact that they had unlocked the city's exchange merchant had caught his attention. Normally, earning Poison City reputation points was an incredible challenge. Players could only earn so many points by killing the final boss during the Secret Land's first clear. Subsequent kills yielded far less. Hence, players would need a very long time to gain enough points to get access to the exchange merchant. However, once the merchant had activated, players could purchase Poison City's specialty potions, potion recipes, and forging designs for weapons and equipment with magic crystals. The most famous of Poison City's specialty potions had to be the Misfortune Potion. Each bottle cost 1,000 magic crystals. When consumed, players had a 30% chance to gain a 12-hour mana boost, a 60% chance for no effect at all, and a 10% chance to suffer 3 hours of mana deficiency. Unlike the exotic legacy potion, players could consume as many misfortune potions as they wished. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU once players had activated Poison City's exchange merchant and had enough magic crystals. Quickly unlocking their mana body's full potential was entirely possible. Unfortunately, the Misfortune Potion was bound on purchase. In other words, only the players that had earned enough Poison City reputation points would have the privilege of using the potion. This was why the various superpowers of Sherfang's previous life had desperately raided Poison City again and again. Now, however, Sherfang's entire team had access to this highly sought-after privilege after clearing the city once. Once he suppressed his excitement over activating the exchange merchant, Sherfang glanced at the last system notification, which only he had received. System, congratulations! For completing the inferior legendary quest, Beginning of the End, with an S-rank clear rating, you have been awarded the Disaster Blade. You may seek out the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint for legacy guidance once or request the Sword Saint strengthen the Disaster Blade. You have 5 minutes to decide. Chapter 2584, Final Decision, Road to Tier 4. Chapter 2584, Final Decision. Road to Tier 4. Sherfone could not help but hesitate when he saw the system notification. Both the Legacy Guidance and the Disaster Blade strengthening were incredibly rare opportunities. Not only would the Legacy Guidance help players unlock their mana body's full potential, but it would also help them reach beyond the 100% threshold. The knowledge a titled Sword Saint like Elvos had was especially valuable. With the Tier 6 gods in seclusion, a titled Sword Saint stood at the very apex of gods' domain's powerhouses. Of course, the chance to strengthen the awarded weapon was just as precious. This opportunity involved imbuing one's mana in a weapon, granting the weapon a portion of their abilities. This wouldn't change any of the weapon's attributes, but the weapon's power and skill effects would receive a considerable boost. This could even grant the weapon hidden effects. If a titled sword saint imbued an epic weapon like the Disaster Blade with his mana, the weapon would be able to rival fragmented legendary weapons. Even the various superpowers experts would consider such a weapon godly. They'd essentially be able to use it for their entire careers in God's domain. The weapon's level limitation wouldn't be a concern either. It was possible to raise a level 100 plus epic weapon or equipment piece's maximum level through certain means, although it would be more costly with a level 100 plus epic weapon. However, if one could continue to use an epic weapon that rivaled fragmented legendary rank, the cost would be worthwhile. While Sherfong hesitated, he heard the sound of another system notification. System, you have 1 minute remaining. If you fail to make a decision before the time limit has ended, both options will be considered abandoned. With so little time remaining, Sherfong gritted his teeth and approached Elvose. Esteemed sword saint, I hope to obtain your legacy guidance, Sherfong earnestly declared. Are you certain? You have already unlocked your mana body, and based on how you accomplished that feat, you must have received legacy guidance from another powerhouse. I doubt my guidance will be of any significant help to you. In contrast, strengthening the Disaster Blade will certainly increase your strength, Elvose calmly informed Sherfong. I am certain, my lord, Sherfong replied, nodding. While he had unlocked his mana body's full potential, 100% wasn't enough for his future goals. He'd only reach greater heights by surpassing that threshold. Every powerhouse trod a different path, and obtaining more legacy guidance would definitely help him break past the 100% threshold. Most importantly, opportunities to receive legacy guidance were incredibly rare. If he missed this chance, he might never find another. Even after learning from the Heavenly Blue Saint's legacy guidance, he had only unlocked his mana body's full potential after combining what he had learned with the God's Heart's effects. Naturally, crossing the 100% threshold was far more difficult than reaching it. If he had to do so on his own, it would take ages before he made a breakthrough. He might never actually succeed. He had an epic ranked mana body, and going beyond 100% at that rank would be much harder than it would be with lower ranks. If he did not have enough help, his chances of making a breakthrough were minuscule at best, even with the help of a God's Heart. Thus he had no choice. Strengthening the Disaster Blade would give him immediate access to a pseudo-fragmented legendary weapon and boost his combat power. But the Disaster Blade was a fragment of Solomon's sword. Once he found 5 sword fragments, he would have to combine them to reproduce Solomon's sword, which would render the strengthening useless. Moreover, Sherfong now had the fragmented legendary, ranked Abyssal Blade. He no longer lagged behind others when it came to weapon standards. More importantly, Tier 3 wasn't the end for true experts, only a transition. Reaching Tier 4 was a far better option than obtaining another fragmented legendary item. As players reached higher levels, the strength differences between tiers would only grow. Sooner or later, the gap would grow so large that not even 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items would make a difference. Sherfong had also reached level 117, only 3 levels away from the level 120 threshold. Level 120. Naturally, the Tier 4 promotion quest would be much harder than the Tier 3 quest. The two weren't even on the same level. The Tier 3 promotion quest would be like a normal mode party dungeon, while the Tier 4 quest would be as challenging as a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. There was a qualitative difference between the two. Most mainstream experts were capable of reaching Tier 3. Even if they couldn't do it at level 100, they could complete the quest after reaching level 120 or level 130. Tier 4, however, was a different story. If one truly couldn't complete their Tier 4 promotion quest, they'd never do so, even after reaching level 200. Because of this, Tier 4 experts had been incredibly rare in the past, even among the various superpowers. Anyone that successfully reached Tier 4 instantly became a guild upper echelon. Moreover, completing the Tier 4 promotion quest took a very long time. According to the statistics players had collected in the past, Completing a Tier 4 promotion quest could take anywhere between 1 and 2 months. However, Shifeng also had to face the Silver Divine Dragon, Auerbach's trial, so he was in a rush. If he couldn't reach Tier 4 before he had to undertake the Divine Dragon's trial, his chances of clearing the trial would be all but zero. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to lose Auerbach due to the many benefits the Divine Dragon's companion enjoyed. It had also helped him secure a foothold on the Western continent. In his current state, Shifeng estimated that his chances of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest were only around 10% or 20%. He had no choice but to grab a hold of whatever opportunities that would help him increase his chances as soon as possible. "It seems you have already decided on your path," Alvose said, and he seemed to look at the swordsman before him in a different way. He no longer viewed Shifeng as a weaker being, but as an equal. He then retrieved a crystal ball and handed it to Shifeng, saying, "This is the experience I have gained over the years. I hope it will be of some help." After handing Shifeng the crystal ball, Alvose transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Poison City. The 2 Tier 4 NPCs who had accompanied him also disappeared, and the dull gray, longsword Crotia had wielded returned to the fountain. Removing the disaster blade from the fountain, Shifeng stored it in his bag. He had no intention of using the weapon at all. Unlike ordinary weapons, the disaster blade would convert its user's mana into dense death energy, which would affect everyone that came into contact with it, aside from the user. Just having the weapon passively equipped would influence the carrier's surroundings. The weapon's properties made it utterly unsuitable for ordinary players. Only dark players that preferred to work solo could wield the blade properly. This was another reason that Shifeng had declined the chance to strengthen the disaster blade. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader. "We finished collecting the boss's loot," Aqua Rose excitedly reported once Shifeng had finished his conversation with Alvose. "We've gained quite a harvest this time. Aside from the fragmented legendary ranked mage robes, undead's we've acquired 2 epic weapons, a staff and a dagger. The complete nether set, a Tier 3 set equipment for magical classes, also dropped, as well as a bunch of materials and recipes. According to your instructions, we held an internal auction for the epic weapons. Blue Frost won the staff, while Flying Shadow won the dagger. What should we do with the undead's will and Tier 3 set equipment?" "Give the undead's will to Blue Frost. He still has to command the situation in the Dark Denver. It'll make things easier for him when he has to stand up against the various superpowers," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Before Shifeng and Aqua Rose could continue their conversation, though, Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow approached Shifeng. Worried, she informed him, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I've just received a report stating that Demon's Hearts Alliance team has reached the first floor's 3rd boss and begun the raid. By the looks of it, they have a very high chance of taking it down. The Ancient Gods Tower's 1st floor had 4 bosses in total. If Demon's Hearts Alliance managed to defeat the 3rd boss, they were almost guaranteed to defeat the final boss as well. Their raiding speed is astonishing." Shifeng was similarly surprised to hear this. Each of the Ancient Gods Tower's floors was as large as a small resource map. Finding the bosses wasn't easy. However, Shifeng chuckled and assured her, "Fortunately, we've completed our task here. It's time we return." Chapter 2585. Small Problem Raid Begins. Chapter 2585. Small Problem Raid Begins. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City. After acquiring the Disaster Blade, Shifeng decided to leave Poison City immediately, using a return scroll to teleport back to Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel. As he and his team appeared in the hotel lobby, they attracted a lot of attention from the hotel's guests. Although most of the team members had hidden their statistics and auras under black cloaks, some hadn't. As a result, a heavy pressure bore down on the players in the lobby when the team returned. It was even stronger than that of level 110 Great Lords, with some players radiating even more pressure than level 110 Grand Lords. Crap, aren't these players' auras a little too strong? They feel even stronger than superpowers teams I've met before. Who are these people? Look, those NPCs are acting so respectfully before the swordsman in the lead. Could that be the grinding Team Black Flame let out of the city earlier? You might be right. Usually, those NPCs are even indifferent toward gold members. I suspect they'd only show respect to someone of Black Flame standing. The players in the lobby fell into a heated discussion about Shurfeng's team, and many independent players watched on in envy. Now that Zero Wing controlled the Dark World's teleportation gate, Stone Forest City was officially a sacred leveling ground for regular players. Countless players from various kingdoms and empires swarmed toward the city. Just entering the city had become a problem, not to mention renting a room in the Freedom Hotel. Zero Wing's members, however, did not have these problems. They didn't have to stand in line to enter the city or fight for a room in the Freedom Hotel. Their guild had already reserved rooms for its members. Moreover, Zero Wing's normal members received a 40% discount if paid for their rooms with GCPs, while core members received a 50% discount. These were the reasons that more players constantly sought to join the guild. And to ensure that the guild could continue its normal operations while providing the same benefits, Zero Wing had further increased the recruitment requirements. Countless players regretted not joining sooner. Meanwhile, it wasn't long after Shurfeng's team had returned that the various powers within the city heard about it. Black Flame's finally back. Don Dominance, who had concealed himself with a black cloak and rested in one of the Freedom Hotel's rooms, sneered as he read the latest report from his subordinate. It seems he's increased the combat power Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members by quite a bit. It's a pity that he's too late. Demon's Heart's team has almost pinpointed the third boss's weaknesses. It's only a matter of time before they defeat it and move on to the final boss. Guild leader Flaming Light has reported that those people are now in Cold Spring Forest. Should we leave? A level 109, Tier 3 Elementalist asked from beside Dawn Dominance. Good. Yes, we'll head over immediately. I want to see just what kind of powerful individuals Flaming Light has invited to declare that he can help world domination take control of the Dark World, Dawn Dominance said, nodding. Following which, Dawn Dominance left Stone Forest City with his subordinates, making his way to Cold Spring Forest's outer region. At the same time, the various superpowers operating secretly in Stone Forest City only snickered at Shurfeng's return. So what if Zero Wing controlled the Dark World's teleportation gate? In the end, the Dark World's players would still reach the main continent in droves, and now that Zero Wing was their enemy, the guild would suffer once they arrived. Nowhere would be safe for Zero Wing's members outside of Cold Spring Forest. Upon his return, Shurfeng instructed the NPC manager to arrange an advanced lounge for the team to rest. Guild leader Black Flame, Demon's Heart has already begun to raid the third boss. Yet you want to rest here. Blue Rainbow anxiously complained. Although they were fatigued from their trip to Poison City, players would recover a significant fraction of their stamina and concentration when they leveled up. After that final boss, they had all leveled twice, so the team was in relatively good condition. They were more than capable of starting their raid in the ancient God's Tower. Yet, Shurfeng had told them to rest for now, almost as if he were afraid that Demon's Heart didn't have a strong enough lead. No, your stamina and concentration might be fine, but the secret land's death energy is still corroding your bodies. The ancient God's Tower also has powerful foreign energy. On the off chance that these energies cause too much damage before you clear the trial, all of your efforts will go to waste. It'd be better to rest here for a while rather than take such a risk. You can use the time to drink the exotic legacy potions you've obtained as well, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. But the time, Shurfeng's insistence did nothing to calm Blue Rainbow's worries. The future of their two guilds was at risk. If Demon's Hearts Alliance captured the first floor before they could, their guilds wouldn't survive in the dark world for long. I doubt there will be any issues if you take full advantage of that potion, Shifeng said, chuckling. Neither the dropped weapons and equipment nor the awarded legacy skill points were the team's greatest reward. Instead, it was the exotic legacy potions. When players normally slew Poison City's bosses, each boss only dropped 1 or 2 exotic legacy potions. Furthermore, those bosses only respawned after 3 days. Knowing this, it was easy to imagine how valuable the potions were. However, because the team had completed the inferior legendary quest, every member had been awarded 1 bottle. Although a single exotic legacy potion might not help someone fully unlock their mana body, in combination with the Freedom Hotel's astounding environment, it would help these players unlock a sizable percentage. That percentage alone would grant a massive boost to their combat power, since it tremendously improved their skills and spells power. However, Shifeng's advice confused Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold. What did he mean by take full advantage? Of course, he had a point. While their consecutive leveling had cleansed them of a portion of the foreign energy, much still remained. If this energy and the energy within the tower corroded too much of their bodies halfway into the raid, they'd be doomed. Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold immediately stopped, wasting time. They instructed all of their players to move to the reserved lounge, rest, and consume the exotic legacy potions. In total, the team rested for over an hour. Once they felt refreshed, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold hurried toward the Dark World's Ancient Gods Tower with their respective guilds' main force members. By the time the group arrived, another 4 hours had passed. The Ancient Gods Tower had 7 floors and was over 1,000 meters tall. Players, whom the Dark World's various powers had stationed to guard the entrance, didn't try to stop the group when Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold arrived. They simply stepped aside and let the force enter the tower, notifying the team within of their arrival. Meanwhile, a 6-meter-tall, level 113 mythic ranked or lay lifeless before Demon's Heart's team within an ancient city on the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. Elder Heart, our scouts have located the 4th ancient city, a level 110, Tier 3 Dark Ranger reported, approaching Furious Heart. In addition, our brothers at the entrance have informed me that Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members have entered the tower. They've finally decided to show up? The report surprised Furious Heart. How many people did they send? Are Zero Wings members with them? Their team had already defeated the first floor's 3rd boss and located the final boss. He found it surprising that the 2 guilds would bother to show up now. They must have brought powerful support with them and were confident of surpassing the Alliance team's progress. Just a little over 200. We didn't see any of Zero Wings members or the outside world's players among their team, the Dark Ranger reported. Just a little over 200? Have those guilds lost their minds? For a moment, Furious Heart wondered if he had misheard the Tier 3 Dark Ranger. Demon's Hearts Alliance had sent over 1,000 Tier 3 experts just to increase their chances of raiding the Ancient Gods Tower. What could a measly 200-plus Tier 3 experts possibly accomplish? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, should we send our spies to find out more? The Dark Ranger asked. No need. To think they would dare enter the tower with so few players. Do they think this is some kind of playground? Furious Heart said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, let them struggle. They're only fools if they thought they could rely on Zero Wing. Once we finish our raid, we'll make them regret their decision. With that, Furious Heart commanded his team to head toward the final boss. He completely disregarded the matter involving Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. In the meantime, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's main force members stopped before the doors to the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. All right, let's start the raid. Blue Rainbow exclaimed, glancing over the team. Chapter 2586, Surpassing Logic. Ancient Gods Tower Unlocked Dark World. Ancient Gods Tower. Chapter 2586. Surpassing Logic. Ancient Gods Tower Unlocked Dark World. Ancient Gods Tower. A team of over 1,000 players fought the wandering barbaric Ors as they advanced across a gravel wasteland. But due to the high number of the Ors, the team's progress was quite slow. From afar, it looked like the team was drowning in a sea of Ors. Aside from the area the players occupied, the barbaric Ors covered every inch of the wasteland. Barbaric or humanoid creature, High Lord, level 112 HP 57, 000/57, 000, barbaric or warrior. Humanoid creature, Great Lord, level 113 HP 140, 000/140, 000, barbaric or captain. Humanoid creature, Grand Lord, level 114 HP 500, 000/500, 000, Elder Heart. Too many monsters are swarming out of the ancient city. If we get any closer, I'm afraid we'll alert the or guards on the city walls. One of the level 110 tier 3 shield warriors on the front lines called back. Although the first 3 cities had been difficult to raid, none had had this many monsters. The 4th ancient city was home to at least 100,000 Ors. If their team hadn't been entirely comprised of tier 3 experts, these barbaric Ors and barbaric or warriors would have long since eliminated them. Why is this city so much harder? Furious Heart frowned, watching the barbaric or captains on the city walls. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Everyone, change formation. Prioritize the Ors here before we continue." While their team was more than capable of dealing with level 114 Grand Lords, there were more than 30 Grand Lords stationed on the walls. In the outside world, such a force could effortlessly demolish guild towns. There were simply too many Ors or warriors for a team of their size to handle. With Furious Heart's command hanging in the air, the team moved out of their V formation into a block formation. The MTs and melee players held back the swarming Ors, while the ranged players attacked from within the block's inner layer. Once everyone was in position, the team's magic class players began to chant long incantations. More than 100 gigantic magic arrays appeared above the Or force, blotting out the sky. For seconds later, the arrays had taken shape and rained fire, ice, and lightning down on the Ors below. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed across the gravel wasteland. By the time the last large-scale destruction spell came to an end, the surrounding terrain had transformed. Easily over 4,000 barbaric or warrior corpses littered the deformed land. Nice. A team with plenty of large-scale destruction spells is awesome. I know, right? My usual team only has a few people with tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, yet we currently have over 100. I doubt even superpowers can field such a powerful team. It's a pity that the tower's monsters don't drop any loot and grant almost no EXP. Otherwise, we would have hit the jackpot. The various major powers experts were astonished at the carnage around them. They knew that Demon's Heart had gone around the Dark World, borrowing manpower from the various major powers to raid the Ancient Gods Tower and prioritizing players with tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. However, only a few players at a time had cast these spells during their prior battles. They hadn't been allowed to cast these spells simultaneously. The shock they felt after watching over 100 large-scale destruction spells go off at once was on a completely new level. The team members also realized how important players with such devastating spells were. They had to admit that these magical class players were walking cannons in large-scale combat. I wonder what Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's people are thinking. I can't believe they're trying to race us to the final boss with just 200+ players. Their full team is smaller than the number of players we have with tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, a tier 3 ranger said, laughing at the destruction around him. I doubt they have any idea how many large-scale destruction spellcasters we have on our team. If they knew, they'd likely just give up, a Tier 3 elementalist added, chuckling. Dark, Rhapsody, and Deity Society were formidable guilds in the Dark World, but they weren't strong enough to compete with the combined might of the other world's various major powers. Even the weakest member on the Alliance team was a Refinement Realm expert in full level 105 fine gold equipment. Even the various superpowers only had a few experts with such high equipment standards, yet every member of the Alliance team wore such equipment. How, exactly, did Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society plan to compete with them? Enough chit-chat. We need to eliminate these barbaric ores quickly. If we take our time, and they respawn during the boss fight, we'll be in trouble. Furious Heart shouted, chuckling. He hadn't been worried about the two guilds' attempt to raid the ancient god's tower since the very beginning. Not even Zero Wing could help them now. Not only did the Alliance team consist of peaked combatants from the Dark World's various major powers, but it also had support from the main continent's various superpowers. Finally, after over a dozen hours of fighting, Furious Heart and his team had obliterated the barbaric or army on the gravel wasteland and in the ancient city. Now, only the final boss and a few guards remained. Barbaric or king, humanoid creature, archaic species, mythic, level 114 HP 3,500,000, 000/3, 500, 000, barbaric or guard, humanoid creature, specialized Grand Lord, level 114 HP 600, 000, 000/600, 000, when they saw the barbaric or king and 8 barbaric or guards in the ancient tower within the city's heart, Furious Heart and his companions gasped. An ordinary mythic boss was already a major challenge due to their incredibly high basic attributes and combat standards. However, a mythic-ranked archaic species was even more powerful in both regards. Meanwhile, the system would enhance one aspect of specialized monsters. In other words, they could transcend tiers in a specific way. Hence, specialized Grand Lord's combat power could sometimes rival that of ordinary mythic monsters. Now, their team had to face 8 pseudo-mythic monsters, and including the boss, a total of 9 Tier 4 opponents. This force could even destroy guild cities. Elder Heart, the guards, and the boss are too close to each other. If we attack one, all 9 will respond. A level 110, Tier 3 assassin from World Domination warned, frowning. Then we have no choice but to fight them all at the same time. Once we begin, lure the 8 monster guards aside and kill them first. We'll focus on the boss afterward, Furious Heart decided after giving the matter some thought. His teammates nodded when they heard his plan. While quite a few mobs surrounded the boss, they had over 1,000 players and could easily afford to split up their combat power to distract the boss, while the rest finished off the guards, who had significantly less HP. Once the plan had been agreed upon, everyone got to work. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, just as the team's MTs were about to split up and lure the boss and its 8 guards, however, they all heard the sound of a series of system notifications. Ancient Gods Tower Region System announcement. A team has successfully completed the trial of the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. The teleportation arrays on the first floor have now been unlocked. Ancient Gods Tower Region System announcement. A team has successfully completed the trial of the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor. All players on the first floor will be automatically teleported to the first floor's inner sanctum in 3 minutes. Please make the necessary preparations. How is this possible? After hearing the system announcements, the central tower went quiet. Chapter 2587, One Step Ahead? Frightening Levels. Chapter 2587, One Step Ahead? Frightening Levels. We haven't even started on the boss. Yet the trial's been cleared. Did another team get ahead of us? Did some power send a team into the tower in secret before we got here? Impossible. No one can field a team powerful enough to clear the tower without anyone noticing. No one on the Alliance team could believe their ears when they heard the system announcement. At the same time, they all wondered which team had just conquered the ancient god's tower's first floor. But even after racking their brains for a long moment, they couldn't think of anyone who could pull it off. They had first-hand experience with the first floor trial, so they knew just how challenging it was. Not only would a team need at least 1,000 Tier 3 Refinement Realm experts, but they'd also have to be fully armed with top-tier equipment. Their Alliance team had even been forced to borrow their top-tier weapons and equipment from the main continent's various superpowers. Procuring enough of these items was simply impossible for the Dark World's various major powers. Could it be Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's team Elder Heart, the level 110, Tier 3 assassin from World Domination wondered? Impossible. Furious Heart's reply was instinctive. They only entered the tower less than half a day ago. With just 200+ players, they won't even be able to handle the outer area's monsters, much less the monsters within the 4 ancient cities. I guess you're right. Even with top-tier equipment, they'd need a lot of time to figure out the boss's patterns and weaknesses. They'll be lucky to raid the first boss so quickly, not to mention all 4, the assassin said. He silently scolded himself for being stupid enough to think Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society could be responsible for capturing the first floor. Since they couldn't do it, who just did? Everyone in the Dark World knew that Dark Rhapsody, Deity Society, and World Domination were the 3 strongest guilds in their other world, and no other guild could compare. Hence, he found it hard to imagine that some hidden power capable of accomplishing such a feat existed. I don't know who foiled our plans, but it's fine as long as it wasn't Dark Rhapsody or Deity Society, Furious Heart commented after taking a moment to calm his rage. We'll figure out who they are when the system teleports us to the inner sanctum. The appearance of a third faction certainly surprised Furious Heart, but it wasn't something to make a fuss over. Plenty of major corporations had invested in God's domain, and there were bound to be some who secretly developed their powers, waiting for an opportunity to shine. That was, after all, Demon's Heart's situation. This wasn't the worst possible outcome. With how much influence Demon's Heart and the various superpowers possessed, they weren't afraid that this third faction wouldn't cooperate. Rather, allying with them would be the wisest move this faction could make. The other powers' members nodded in agreement. Their team represented the majority of the Dark World's major powers. Refusing to cooperate would be tantamount to suicide. The Ancient God's Tower wasn't the only way out of the Dark World, and players could contest for its ruling rights once a month. The easiest way to determine the tower's new owner once that month was up was to host a battle between players, not a simple contest of who could raid the tower the fastest. Shortly after Furious Heart fell silent, a teleportation array appeared under everyone's feet, sending all of them to the tower's inner sanctum. Ancient God's Tower, first floor's central hall. A flash of white light filled the central hall's plaza as all players on the first floor teleported in. The first floor's central hall was roughly the size of 3 sports stadiums. Aside from the stone golems that maintained security, the hall contained a large number of hotels, restaurants, and shops. This place could easily accommodate 100,000 players. Quick, find those people. Furious Heart commanded as soon as he arrived. Although getting a clear view of the plaza with a glance was possible, they couldn't do anything to stop the third faction's members from fleeing. Players weren't allowed to fight within the Ancient God's Tower's inner sanctum, and players could freely use return scrolls in this area. However, the Alliance team members were stunned by what they found in their search for the mysterious third faction. Aside from Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's 200+ members and themselves, the plaza was empty. Where are they? Furious Heart also looked around, confused. Have they already escaped? No. Impossible. Everyone teleported at the same time. Even if they used return scrolls the moment they arrived, we should have still seen them. While Furious Heart and his team frantically searched for this third faction, 2 figures approached them. However, Furious Heart and the others instinctively ignored them. The two figures were none other than Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow and Deity Society's Elder Gold. "Long time no see, Elder Heart," Blue Rainbow greeted Furious Heart as she walked up to him. "Long time no see? If I recall, we met only a few days ago," Furious Heart rudely responded. He had visited the two guilds personally to persuade them to join with Demon's Heart. Blue Rainbow had received him when he visited Dark Rhapsody, but both guilds had foolishly and definitively refused Demon's Heart's goodwill, siding with Zero Wing instead. Furious Heart didn't doubt that these two were here to ridicule the Alliance team for failing to capture the Ancient God's Tower's first floor. "Is such behavior necessary, Elder Heart? I am only here to pass on a message from Guild Leader Black Flame," Blue Rainbow said, unfazed by man's attitude. "Relay a message?" I hadn't realized that Dark Rhapsody's honorary elder had become Zero Wing's errand girl. "The world really has changed," Furious Heart said, sneering. "That's right, the world has changed. Some people just refuse to acknowledge it," Blue Rainbow responded, not angered in the least by Furious Heart's provocation. Chuckling, she continued, "Guild Leader Black Flame's message is simple. Develop yourselves quietly and don't cause unnecessary trouble. If you refuse, there will be consequences." Consequences? With just Zero Wing's strength? Demon's Heart's foundation and strength are leagues beyond what Zero Wing can imagine. Furious Heart growled disdainfully. "While I admit that we failed to secure the first floor's first clear, can't the same be said of you?" "The same of us." The question surprised Blue Rainbow. After a moment, she simply shook her head before turning and leaving without another word. Elder Gold, who had stood beside her, just chuckled before he walked off. "What are you laughing about?" Furious Heart bellowed after the older man. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He didn't receive a reply, however, and in the next moment, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members pulled return scrolls from their bag as they prepared to leave the Ancient God's Tower. Just as Furious Heart was about to say something else, he heard a voice. "Something's not right, Elder Heart. Look at their levels," the assassin from World Domination exclaimed. Everyone from the Alliance team turned to examine the other players' levels, and what they saw left them utterly flabbergasted. Level 115. How is that possible? Chapter 2588. Inhuman Abilities, Dark World Shaken. Chapter 2588. Inhuman Abilities, Dark World Shaken. Furious Heart was dumbfounded at the levels of Blue Rainbow and the others. Even the peak experts of God's domain had only reached level 110 and were still a far cry from level 111. Nevertheless, the majority of Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's members present here were at level 115 already, with even the lowest leveled player among them at level 114. How are their levels so high? What did Zero Wing do? Furious Heart's eyes were wide with astonishment as he gaped at Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold. Furious Heart had personally met Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold just a few days ago. Back then, both of them were only at level 109. Now, in less than a week, they had actually leveled up 6 times and reached level 115. The only explanation Furious Heart could think of for this situation was the expedition Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's main force members had gone on with Zero Wing. However, no matter how he cudgeled his brains, he simply couldn't figure out how Zero Wing could fast-track the two guilds' main force members leveling that much. Past level 100, leveling up became incredibly difficult. Even Tier 3 experts would need 2 or 3 consecutive days of relentless grinding to level up once. However, the two guilds' main force members had disappeared for just a little more than 3 days. Yet every one of them had gained around 5 or 6 levels, which meant they leveled up nearly twice a day. Even a super guild mobilizing all of its available strength to help just one individual level up couldn't accomplish such a feat. Zero Wing, on the other hand, had done so for more than 200 players. Just what kind of resources and manpower would such a feat entail? Elder Hart, look at their equipment, the Tier 3 assassin from World Domination said, pointing at the gear of Dark Rhapsody's and Deity Society's members. When Furious Hart did as the assassin suggested, he gasped in shock. Am I dreaming? Furious Hart muttered. Previously, his attention had been fully occupied with searching for the supposed third faction that had captured the ancient god's tower. Hence, he had instinctively ignored the members of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. However, after scrutinizing the two guild's members, he noticed that the majority of them wore secret silver equipment mixed in with some fine gold and dark gold equipment. In terms of rank, the two guild's members' equipment couldn't even compete against that of the Alliance team members, who were fully geared in fine gold equipment. However, Furious Heart still felt an incredibly powerful pressure coming from the two guild's members. Logically, this shouldn't be possible even with a 5-level disparity. The only explanation Furious Heart could think of for this situation was that the two guilds members boasted level 115 plus weapons and equipment. In terms of basic attributes, level 110 secret silver equipment was roughly equal with level 105 fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, although players would gain some basic attributes from leveling up 5 times, the increase wouldn't rest Carrot in a huge gap in basic attributes. At the very least, there needed to be a 1-rank difference for such a disparity to exist. Hence, the only logical explanation was that the secret silver equipment Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's members were using was level 115. Currently, level 110 equipment was incredibly rare even for the various superpowers, while level 115 equipment was something nobody dared to dream of obtaining right now. After all, obtaining level 115 equipment required killing level 115 plus monsters. And generally, only monsters at the Great Lord rank or above had a chance of dropping secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, all 200 plus members of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's team were fully geared in level 115 secret silver equipment or better. This was simply ridiculous. Guild leader, it seems we really made the wrong choice. The level 110 assassin from World Domination could not help a bitter smile as he gazed at Blue Rainbow and the others. A third faction capturing the ancient god's tower? That was merely their arbitrary wish. In reality, the ones responsible for capturing the ancient god's tower were none other than the joint team of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society. However, the only reason why the two guilds succeeded was Zero Wing's help. Meanwhile, just because of Zero Wing's help, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society had gone from being inferior to World Domination to surpassing World Domination by a large margin. In fact, Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society were now at a level where World Domination could only look up to them in awe. With the two guilds having captured the ancient god's tower, it was already obvious that they would experience tremendous development in the Dark World. In the future, the two guilds would definitely become the rulers of the Dark World. Meanwhile, after their conquest of the ancient god's tower, Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold did not place any more attention on the tower, making their way back to their respective headquarters to rest instead. After all, they didn't need to manage the tower. Currently, the only option the Dark World's various powers and players had to leave the Dark World was the teleportation gate connected to Cold Spring Forest. As for using the ancient god's tower's teleportation arrays, that would simply be a waste of time and resources. After all, they would first have to transit through another otherworld to get to the main continent. Shortly after Blue Rainbow and the others left the Central Hall, news of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society capturing the ancient god's tower also started spreading like wildfire across the entire Dark World. For a time, the Dark World was in an uproar. How is this possible? Didn't they say that Demon's Heart allied with the various major powers to raid the ancient god's tower? Those two guilds are that strong now. Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society actually took control of the ancient god's tower. With this, it seems that everyone in the Dark World will have to listen to those two guilds. Seeing as not many people are joining those two guilds now, let's use this opportunity to join them quickly, while we can still do so easily. At the news of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's achievement, some players celebrated while others felt disappointed. Nobody had ever entertained the thought of such an outcome. The alliance that Demon's Heart formed with the Dark World's various major powers had actually suffered defeat. This outcome solidified Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's position as the top two guilds of the Dark World. Now, the dissatisfaction of the Dark World's many players no longer mattered. Nobody would be able to stop the two guilds' development. Trying to do so would simply be suicide. After all, the two guilds could easily prevent their enemies from ever setting foot outside the Dark World. While players could grind and level up inside the Dark World, it was sorely lacking in level 100+ resources. Players restricted to grinding in the Dark World would experience extremely slow leveling speeds. If this situation continued over a long period, the gap between the two guilds members and those barred from leaving the Dark World would only widen. Meanwhile, among the Dark World's players, the ones most surprised by this outcome would have to be the members of Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society, especially the upper echelons and guild leaders of the two guilds. However, what truly surprised the upper echelons and guild leaders of the two guilds wasn't the successful capture of the Ancient Gods Tower's first floor, but the levels and equipment of Blue Rainbow, Elder Gold, and the others. With such levels and equipment, no power would be capable of contending against their two guilds, even on the main continent, much less in the Dark World. However, only Blue Rainbow, Elder Gold, and the members of the two guilds' main forces knew that, in reality, their greatest gains from partnering with Zero Wing weren't these things, but the exotic legacy potions they obtained. Due to the exotic legacy potion and the Freedom Hotel's effects, every member of their team had successfully unlocked 40% of their mana body's potential on average. As for Blue Rainbow and Elder Gold, the two of them had even managed to release 60%, only 40% away from fully unlocking their mana bodies. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel. Guild leader, this is terrible. Now, not only have Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society taken control of the Ancient Gods Tower, but their main force members are also far ahead than ours in both levels and equipment. At this rate, I'm afraid a level 110, Tier 3 assassin from World Domination said worriedly to Dawn Dominance, who is currently resting inside the Freedom Hotel, through a video chat. It seems I really underestimated Zero Wing. I never thought that it would possess such capabilities. Those two guilds sure have found themselves a powerful backer this time, Dawn Dominance remarked, his mood indescribably calm despite having read his subordinate's report regarding Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's achievements. His reaction made it seem as if this matter was completely unrelated to him. In fact, a faint smile even graced his face right now. Guild leader. The Tier 3 assassin was confused when he saw Dawn Dominance's reaction. I admit that Zero Wing is very powerful. However, Zero Wing's era will end very soon, Dawn Dominance said, chuckling. Guild leader, do you have some method to deal with Zero Wing and the two other guilds? The assassin asked, curious. Zero Wing, Dark Rhapsody, and Deity Society currently controlled all the exits from the Dark World. The daily growth of the three guilds was no laughing matter. He found it truly hard to imagine that world domination had some way to oppose Zero Wing. Take a look at this, Dawn Dominance said, his smile widening as he took out a dark gray crystal ball and displayed it through the video chat. As soon as Dawn Dominance took out the crystal ball, the space around it started darkening, the corrupted space giving off an indescribably strange feeling. In fact, even space itself started cracking, due to the evil energy the crystal ball released. What dense energy! It can practically rival the energy in 7 Luminaries crystals. The assassin exclaimed in shock. I need you to do something for me. Take this crystal and harvest the lives of the Dark World's players. Harvest as many as you can. Once this crystal has collected enough energy, it'll be the end of Zero Wing and those two other guilds. Dawn Dominance said, Understood. I'll get it done right away. The assassin nodded before disconnecting the call. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In the meantime, when the main continent's various superpowers found out that Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society had taken control of the ancient god's tower, they could not help feeling surprised at Zero Wing's capabilities. As for Shi Feng, after resting sufficiently, he returned to Star Moon Kingdom's White River City. White River City, Adventurers Association, second floor VIP reception room. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service? Senior Administrator Lorraine asked, smiling as she entered the room. I wish to transfer the lost town under my name to the 10 Saints Empire's Demon Wolf Mountain Range. May I know if that is possible? Shi Feng asked her. The loot from raiding Poison City included not only excellent equipment and materials, but also a town transfer order for level 100+ maps. Now that Stone Forest City had already taken root in Cold Spring Forest, it should not be moved casually. However, to ensure that he could travel between the two main continents consistently, he needed to establish a stronghold in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range as well. Moreover, this stronghold had to remain a secret. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that the lost town was the best option. Chapter 2589, Medium Teleportation Point. Chapter 2589, Medium Teleportation Point. The Lost Town served as Zero Wing's secret stronghold for nurturing talents. Even now, very few guild members knew of its existence. Generally, only core members with great potential had the qualifications to set foot into the town. Moreover, these core experts needed to undergo multiple inspections before receiving the approval to enter the lost town. After all, the extraordinary tower's function was simply crucial. Now that Shi Feng wished to establish a stable teleportation point inside the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, the lost town was his best option. Firstly, the teleportation point linking the two main continents could not be disclosed to too many people. Hence, the stronghold established in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range should have as few players operating within it as possible. Secondly, the size of the stronghold should not be too large to limit the manpower and resources required for its upkeep. Otherwise, concealing it would be very difficult. Other powers, keeping an eye on Zero Wing, would definitely grow suspicious if a significant portion of the guild's funds was disappearing for no good reason. The lost town fulfilled both conditions perfectly. Of course, the act of transferring a guild town to a level 100+ neutral map was also incredibly insane. After all, the dangers lurking in level 100+ neutral maps were no laughing matter. If the guild town in question lacked sufficient defenses, it might not survive the first monster tide that assaulted it. However, with Zero Wing's current strength, so long as Shi Feng did not move the lost town too deep into the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, defending it from the periodic monster tides was still feasible. Lord Bronze Legatee, transferring your town to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range is very dangerous. Once your town is transferred there, it will no longer be protected by any kingdom or empire. Are you sure you wish to go through with the transfer? Lorraine asked. I'm sure, Shi Feng replied with a nod. Very well. Please specify your exact transfer location, Lorraine said as she took out a map of the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Let's move it here, Shi Feng said as he pointed at a gravel hill in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner area. In the past, the Demon Wolf Mountain Range had been incredibly famous in God's domain for having 2 teleportation points connected to the western continent. However, unlike the first teleportation point Shi Feng secured, which was the magic gate hidden beneath the frozen lake, the second teleportation point was a medium teleportation point with special circumstances. The medium teleportation point was inside a demon wolf den. Players that wished to activate the teleportation array there had to clear out the monsters within the den first. However, the monsters inside this den would respawn periodically. Moreover, they would grow stronger with each respawn. In addition, nobody could truly take control of the teleportation point. So once the gate was activated, Any player could make use of the gate so long as they had sufficient magic crystals. Due to this reason, the various superpowers had desperately fought to monopolize this teleportation point. The fires of war had never once ceased after the teleportation gate's discovery. Even after a decade had passed in God's domain, the situation surrounding the teleportation point remained extremely volatile. Currently, Shifeng was urgently trying to secure more teleportation points, linking the two main continents. However, he would need to invest a lot of time if he wished to activate and secure the other teleportation points he knew of, as activating those teleportation points involved a series of quests. Either that, or the teleportation points were small ones that could send only a handful of players with each use. Hence, the medium teleportation point located in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range was his only option. Moreover, the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's medium teleportation point was in a level 120+ area, which was still a blind spot for current superpowers. He could use this opportunity to thoroughly stabilize his rule over the area. Thus, going for this teleportation point wasn't a particularly bad choice. Location verified. Please produce your town transfer order. In addition, you have to pay a transfer fee of 80,000 gold, Lorraine said. Once you complete the payment, we will transfer your town to the desired location as soon as possible. 80,000? Shifeng was astonished at this price. Although transferring guild towns and cities to level 100+ neutral maps generally cost a lot of money, the transfer fees were scaled based on the target's rank. Meanwhile, the Lost Town was merely a basic town, yet it cost 80,000 gold to transfer it to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner area. This was completely outside of his expectations. If he were transferring a basic city instead of a basic town, the transfer would most likely bankrupt him. That's right. Not only is the location you have selected far, but it is also somewhat special. Hence, the transfer fee is slightly more expensive. However, please rest assured that the additional charges we collect are fair and reasonable, Lorraine said, smiling. All right, here is the town transfer order and 80,000 gold. Shifeng answered as he passed the document and the funds to Lorraine. He inwardly celebrated the fact that Stone Forest City had been raking in the profits recently. Despite the substantial increase in Zero Wing's daily expenditure due to the number of guild experts increasing to 220,000, the guild still managed to save up a liquid fund of 170,000 gold. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to afford the transfer fee this time. Payment received. The transfer will be done in 30 minutes. You have 1 day to complete the handover procedures. Our security personnel will leave the site after 1 day, so please complete the handover procedures as soon as possible, Lorraine reminded after receiving payment. At the same time as Lorraine finished speaking, the lost town in the distant Boneless Land suddenly disappeared. Now, only a bunch of confused Zero Wing members remained in the barren wasteland. And in no time at all, Shifeng received a call request from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, big trouble. The lost town disappeared. Aqua Rose reported anxiously. The lost town was Zero Wing's secret training ground for nurturing expert players. Although the town currently housed only several hundred players, all the experts that successfully reached the Truth Realm were more adept at fighting against monsters than even Refinement Realm experts. The only problem was that the players being nurtured at the Lost Town were all very low-leveled newcomers. The majority of them hadn't even reached level 100 yet, much less Tier 3. Nevertheless, so long as these players caught up in levels and tiers, they would become mainstays of Zero Wing. And with the help of these players, Zero Wing would finally gain the qualifications to stand toe-to-toe with the various superpowers. Hence, the Lost Town's sudden disappearance would have a significant impact on Zero Wing's future development. It's fine. I did it, Shifeng said, chuckling. Shifeng's words confused Aqua Rose. You made it disappear? The Lost Town was serving its purpose just perfectly. So why did Shifeng make it disappear right when Zero Wing was rapidly expanding its scale of operations? The guild needed to nurture plenty of expert players to ensure normal operations. I transferred the Lost Town to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner area. In the future, we wouldn't have to worry about the trainees sacrificing their levels to improve their combat standards, Shifeng said, nodding. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner area? Isn't that a level 120 grinding spot? Aqua Rose's eyes widened in shock when she heard Shifeng's statement. She felt that he was simply insane for carrying out the transfer. Level 100-plus maps were incredibly dangerous. This was especially so for the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Transferring Stone Forest City into Cold Spring Forest had been incredibly risky. Fortunately, there was the Night Division. With the Night Division's strength and the city's defensive capabilities, they were able to cope with the monster tides. In fact, the Night Division even took the initiative to wipe out any approaching monster tides. The Lost Town, on the other hand, was only a basic town. Its defensive capabilities were pitifully weak. Even though Zero Wing had strengthened the town repeatedly and constructed plenty of defense turrets and arrow towers, as well as a defensive wall, the Lost Town was still a basic town. Without the protection of an NPC kingdom or empire, it would face destruction very quickly. Relax. It should be able to hold against the monster tides, Shifeng said, understanding Aqua Rose's concern. But that's a level 120 neutral map. Despite Shifeng's reassurance, Aqua Rose still could not help worrying. After all, the Lost Town did not have the protection of a Night Division. Right. How is the collection of the disabled guards coming along? Shifeng asked, changing the topic. The collection of the disabled guards is progressing relatively smoothly. We have over 100 of them already. As per your instructions, we gathered only those with growth potentials above 20. However, even the strongest one only has 32 growth potential. Aqua Rose said, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU that many already? Shifeng was surprised when he heard Aqua Rose's report. Gather them all at the residence immediately. It's about time we put them to work. Previously, although he had strengthened plenty of personal guards using the Ancient Gods literature fragment, they were still far from sufficient for Zero Wing's needs. However, collecting the soul essences necessary for soul strengthening was not an easy task. Moreover, NPCs with high growth potential were incredibly rare. Since locating the last batch of NPCs until now, Zero Wing had barely found any NPCs with high growth potential. This could also be said to be the literature fragment's limitation. However, the Tree of Life's Water of Life was different. Not only could it raise the growth potential of NPCs slightly, but it could also resurrect dead NPCs or heal heavily injured NPCs within a short time. The Water of Life was mana from heaven for NPCs that had their growth potential drastically reduced due to heavy injuries. After Shifeng finished speaking, he took out a guild transfer scroll and immediately teleported back to Stone Forest City. Chapter 2590, Water of Life's Effects, Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's Residence. Chapter 2590, Water of Life's Effects, Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's Residence. Inside the residence's large conference room, over 100 NPCs exuding despondent and listless auras currently stood in line. These NPCs were either crippled or civilians with extremely weak life auras. As for clothing, they wore either battered armor or tattered linen clothes. And even the highest leveled person among them was just a little over level 50, with the lowest leveled person being level 20. Due to the presence of these NPCs, the gorgeous conference room looked more like a refugee camp. Guild leader, everyone's here, Aqua Rose reported as she approached Shifeng. Do you really plan on using the precious water of life on these people? At this point, she had already found out about the Tree of Life planted in the Freedom Hotel's top-floor courtyard because, during Shifeng's absence, 3 other people were tasked with ensuring the courtyard's normal operation. She was one of those people. Back when she first saw the fragmented divine artifact, rank Tree of Life, her mind had frozen in shock. She had never dreamed that the guild she belonged to was so amazing. Currently, the various superpowers of God's domain didn't even possess legendary items yet, let alone fragmented divine artifacts. Zero Wing, however, had a fragmented divine artifact. Moreover, the Tree of Life could even produce 17 drops of water of life daily. The water of life was an incredibly precious item that was obtainable only by luck in God's domain. After all, the water of life could be used to resurrect dead NPCs. For the various powers who were extremely worried about their personal guards dying, the water of life was an absolute treasure. After all, personal guards were far more powerful than players, capable of feats that were beyond current players' capabilities. Only, obtaining a few drops of water of life was an incredibly difficult task even for the superpowers. As a result, the superpowers did not dare to casually field their personal guards on risky operations. Zero Wing, however, produced 17 drops of water of life each day. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about losing their powerful personal guards at all and could freely deploy these NPCs on all kinds of quests and expeditions. However, even for the current Zero Wing, the daily production of 17 drops of water of life was still a little too low for the guild's needs. If they needed to heal these 100+ NPCs, they would have to expend the entire stockpile they had accumulated thus far. It might be fine if they were spending all their water of life on healing NPCs with high growth potential, but the NPCs gathered here were all NPCs with very poor growth potential. Even if they recovered to peak condition, their growth potential wouldn't increase by much. Using the water of life on these NPCs would simply be a waste. "MHM, I want to test my luck," Sherfong said, smiling when he saw the reluctance on Aqua Rose's face. "Test your luck." Sherfang's answer exasperated Aqua Rose. While testing one's luck was fine, doing so at the cost of water of life was simply an extravagance. If God's domain's various powers heard about this, they would definitely go crazy and try to choke Sherfong to death. "You never know what we'll get," Sherfong retorted, chuckling. "In any case, it's a waste to let the water of life simply sit in storage doing nothing." Spending water of life to heal these crippled NPCs was indeed prodigal. However, nobody could guarantee that these NPCs would remain mediocre after they recovered to their peak. Moreover, he didn't have Aqua Rose randomly gather injured NPCs either. Instead, he had her select injured NPCs that were at Tier 3 or above. At the same time, these NPCs also needed to have a growth potential of 20 or higher. In God's domain, any NPC capable of reaching Tier 3 would not possess a low growth potential. Meanwhile, the 20-point mark for growth potential was a major turning point for Tier 3 NPCs. In the past, the various superpowers had experimented with using water of life on crippled Tier 3 NPCs. The result they obtained was that all crippled Tier 3 NPCs with a growth potential lower than 20 had failed to reach a secret Silver Guard rank even after recovering from their injuries. Of course, this did not mean that all crippled Tier 3 NPCs with a growth potential of 20 or higher would reach the secret Silver Guard standard once they recovered. The chances of success were just much greater. Fortunately, aside from Zero Wing, no other power was currently searching for such NPCs. As a result, Zero Wing managed to locate quite a number of these NPCs. And with the growth potentials of the gathered NPCs, the odds of there being excellent NPC guards among them were quite high. In fact, so long as 2 or 3 fine gold guards emerged among these 100+ NPCs, Zero Wing would have hit the jackpot. After all, NPCs capable of reaching the Dark Gold Guard standard were incredibly rare in God's domain. Although Sherfong had known about quite a few Dark Gold Guards during his previous life, he didn't know where to find them, as the superpowers had kept a tight lid on all information about those NPCs. He had only known about Kite's whereabouts and circumstances because Kite had originated from Starmoon Kingdom. and his owner was a merchant player with loose lips. Following which, Shifeng provided 1 drop of water of life to every NPC present, his actions giving Aqua Rose a heartache. Every drop of water of life was equivalent to the life of an NPC with high growth potential. The water of life could also drastically increase the leveling speed of their guild members. The guild could raid mythic field bosses without worrying about the price necessary to do so. These 100+ drops of water of life could easily elevate the strength of Zero Wings' main force to a whole new level. Upon receiving the water of life from Shifeng, the despondent NPCs immediately brightened up as if they had just seen the light of hope. Once all the NPCs gathered had received their share of water of life, they took one last look at Shifeng before consuming the water of life without hesitation. A dense life aura immediately filled the room. It was so dense that the cells in Aqua Rose's body felt invigorated, her mind gaining greater clarity. After this phenomenon continued for 3 seconds, a powerful aura swept the entire room as if a dragon had awoken from its slumber. Aqua Rose could not help stumbling a few steps back. How is this possible? Aqua Rose's eyes filled with shock as she gazed at the NPCs, who still looked like a throng of beggars, standing in front of her. At this moment, however, the feeling she got from the NPCs was nothing like the aura of a beggar at all. Instead, they felt like battle-hardened warriors that had fought on innumerable battlefields. Even though they were still wearing battered armor and tattered linen clothes, their tempered auras and overflowing mana deterred ordinary people from approaching them casually. It seems we really hit the jackpot this time. Shifeng also grew a little excited when he sensed the aura of the NPCs before him. Originally, he thought that he would be lucky to get even 2 or 3 fine gold guards out of these 100+ NPCs. However, it would seem that he was sorely mistaken. The strength of the combined aura these 100+ NPCs were currently releasing could already rival that of a 100-man team of Tier 3 knights, despite these NPCs being geared in extremely shabby weapons and equipment. If they were fully equipped with epic weapons and equipment, their combined aura would definitely be much stronger than that of a 100-man team of Tier 3 knights. Following which, Shifeng and Aqua Rose started inspecting the updated statistics of these NPCs to get a better idea of these NPC standards. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Once they completed their inspection, Aqua Rose was stunned. Of the 100+ NPCs gathered, even the weakest one was at the mysterious Iron Guard standard. These mysterious Iron Guards numbered only 47, but every one of them possessed very high growth potential for mysterious Iron Guards. With the help of the Ancient Gods literature fragment, Shifeng had an excellent chance of elevating them to the secret Silver Guard standard. As for the remaining 57 NPCs, 49 of them were secret Silver Guards, 6 were fine Gold Guards, and 2 were dark Gold Guards. This outcome was simply ridiculous. While Aqua Rose stared at the 2 dark Gold Guards, Shifeng's focus was on an elderly man clad in gray robes. Despite this elderly man's growth potential being only at the secret Silver Guard standard, Shifeng's eyes glowed with astonishment as he gazed at him. A Tier 4 Great Wizard. Chapter 2591, Zero Wings' New Residence. Chapter 2591, Zero Wings' New Residence. Shifeng could not believe his eyes as he gazed at the elderly man in gray before him. Tier 4. This was a bona fide powerhouse, an individual that stood at the apex of God's domain. Noticing Shifeng's shock, Aqua Rose's attention drifted to the Tier 4 Great Wizard. At first, she had been surprised, but disappointment quickly followed. She had just noticed the elderly man's growth potential. What a pity, Aqua Rose said, sighing. Tier 4 is amazing, but his secret silver ranked growth potential will hold him back. Normally, bronze and mysterious Iron Guards hit their limit at Tier 3. While secret Silver Guards were stronger than bronze and mysterious Iron rank, they would hit a wall at Tier 4, with minuscule chances of making it to Tier 5. More of God's Domain's players hit Tier 3 every day, and it wouldn't be long before the various superpowers peak experts began to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. Once they completed those quests, Tier 4 NPCs' power would become quite limited, especially that of Tier 4 Secret Silver Guards. A Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard's combat power was only on par with a Tier 4 peak expert in full, top-tier equipment. They might be strong, but they weren't invincible. A pity. Sherfong shook his head and laughed, but he didn't bother to say more. We've gotten so lucky this time, guild leader. We now have 2 more Dark Gold Guards, a Guardian Knight and an Oracle. If your 2 guards participate, you could form a well-rounded raid party to take down high-ranked field bosses. Aqua Rose delightedly reported. Sherfong was one of White River City's counts, so he had the authority to recruit 4 personal guards. If he accepted these new Dark Gold Guards, he could use his 4 guard slots to their maximum efficiency. Dark Gold Guards were incredibly rare. Most, if not all, superpowers didn't even have one. I'll pass on these 2 Dark Gold Guards. You and Snow will each nurture one. Both of you are counts, too, so you should have some extra slots, Sherfong said, shaking his head. I'll take this, gray-clad elder. Dark Gold Guards were extremely useful, especially when players wouldn't have to worry about dying. Forming a standard 4-man raiding party with only Dark Gold or better guards would be a dream. However, he almost always operated alone. Rather than take the 2 Dark Gold Guards for himself, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could make better use of them. The 2 women frequently led grinding teams and dungeon raids. A Dark Gold Guard would greatly enhance their respective team's strength. But guild leader, that elder is only a Secret Silver Guard. Sherfeng's decision surprised Aqua Rose. Sherfong was Zero Wing's guild leader, role model, and face. Even if he didn't want the 2 Dark Gold Guards, he should at least take a fine Gold Guard. Picking a Secret Silver Guard, even a Tier 4 Great Wizard, would make him a laughingstock. A Secret Silver Guard is quite powerful, Sherfong said, chuckling. He is also a Tier 4 Great Wizard. He could serve as a magistrate in a major city in any kingdom or empire. He is a true powerhouse in God's domain. Aqua Rose only saw Secret Silver Guards as worthless due to the fact that Zero Wing had more than 30 fine gold guards. But even the various superpowers wouldn't have more than 2 or 3 fine gold guards at this stage of the game. Some had even fewer than that. Normally, the various superpowers treated Secret Silver Guards like their own children, not to mention a guard that had already reached Tier 4. It should be known that Secret Silver Guards only had a chance of reaching Tier 4. Their success wasn't guaranteed. Tier 4 wasn't just a major turning point for players, but for NPCs as well. Reaching Tier 4 was an incredible feat for all in God's domain. Not even fine gold guards were guaranteed to reach Tier 4. They merely had a higher chance. Based on past players' collected statistics, fine gold guards only had a 30% chance of completing their Tier 4 promotion quest. Dark gold guards' chances were roughly around 40%. Of course, even if a personal guard failed their Tier 4 promotion quest, they could challenge it again. Players would only have to invest more resources to boost their strength. However, challenging the Tier 4 promotion quests was a time-consuming process for both players and NPCs. Personal guards would have to wait a full month before they could challenge the quest after failing it. Hence, it was easy to imagine how much time it would take to nurture a Tier 4 NPC. As for recruiting a Tier 4 NPC as one's personal guard, that was simply unheard of. Sherfong hadn't heard of a single player recruiting a Tier 4 NPC. At best, some had recruited Tier 3 NPCs. If he revealed this elderly man's information, the various superpowers would likely die with envy. While the gray-clothed wizard's growth potential was somewhat lacking compared to Dark Gold Guards, Sherfong wasn't concerned. He had plenty of items that could raise an NPC's growth potential, and this old man's was on the high end for Secret Silver Guards. With a little effort, upgrading him to fine gold rank was entirely possible. Following which, Shifeng recruited the elderly man as one of his personal guards. Versailles Yifeng's personal guard gender, male age, 76 loyalty, 75 growth potential, 74 level 112 class. Tier 4 Great Wizard. When she saw Versailles statistics, Aqua Rose was speechless. After recovering, the other Tier 3 NPCs had climbed to, on average, level 120. The dark gold ranked Guardian Knight she had recruited was even level 121. Yet Versailles was only 112? Versailles hadn't even reached the level required to challenge the Tier 4 promotion quest. He was also a much lower level than mainstream personal guards. It's almost time. The Lost Town's transfer should be complete by now. Gather the main force members immediately, as well as all of the potential newcomers and core members who have signed our confidentiality contract. From now on, the Lost Town will be our developmental headquarters, Shifeng said as he glanced at the time. Is that all, guild leader? What about the Lost Town's security? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. The Demon Wolf mountain range was a far more dangerous place than Cold Spring Forest, so defending a stronghold there would be a much greater challenge. Moreover, the Lost Town wasn't a basic city, only a basic town. Yet, Shifeng only wanted to station the guild's contracted recruits and core members. Even with the guild's main force, the town would only have around 5,000 players. It was far more than what they had stationed in the Lost Town before this, but the town had only occupied a pre-level 100 neutral map. The small number of high-level NPCs and players had been more than enough to deal with the occasional monster tide. However, they wouldn't have a level advantage in the Demon Wolf mountain range. Normally, security might have been a problem with so few members, but we have time now. Shifeng consoled his companion as he gestured to Versailles. With him there, we won't have to worry about security. But he's only level 112 and a secret silver guard, Aqua Rose argued. Relax. He'll be more than enough, Shifeng said, not bothering to explain. Definitively, he continued. Just relay the message. All right then. I'll go notify them. Aqua Rose despondently agreed, leaving to notify the guild members Shifeng had requested. Since he was so confident, insisting would be inappropriate. Before half an hour had passed, all of Zero Wing's contracted recruits and core members used the guild transfer scroll Shifeng had provided and arrived in the Lost Town, which had transformed into a wintry wonderland. Chapter 2592, Natural Training Ground. As Zero Wing's members teleported to the Lost Town's residence, the residence's plaza quickly became crowded. What is this place? Why do I feel like a foreign energy is trying to invade my body? My senses feel so dull, and I'm suddenly starving. Didn't the higher-ups say they were bringing us to a sacred training and leveling ground? What's going on here? My friends were still jealous that I got chosen to join the guild's special training, and they didn't. But why does this place feel lesser than Stone Forest City? Upon their arrival to the Lost Town, Zero Wing's new recruits and core members, all of whom had high potential, were curious about the situation, falling into heated discussions. The recruits were especially confused. They knew nothing about the Lost Town, and now they had been thrown into such a harsh environment. They couldn't bring themselves to believe this was a sacred training ground. Just surviving in this town long-term would be a problem. The situation began to worry Aqua Rosen. The town's new location was nothing like what she had imagined. Even Tier 3 players like herself would struggle to survive here, much less the guild's latest trainees, who hadn't yet reached Tier 3. Needless to say, training and fighting the random monster tides would be nearly impossible. Players would be fortunate to exhibit their normal combat standards in such a severe area, much less improve their combat standards. During her previous visit to the Demon Wolf mountain range, she had stayed in the neutral map's outer region, where the environment hadn't been particularly harsh, but now that she stood in the inner region, she felt sluggish and her senses had considerably dulled. The constant hunger assaulting her mind and body was also quite uncomfortable. Most importantly, the mana here felt like an icy hell. Violent, ice-type mana filled the area, and Aqua Rose could sense scan amounts of other elements. Manipulating mana in this zone would be almost impossible. When players couldn't manipulate mana, how were they supposed to improve? Guild leader, you don't intend these Tier 2 members to remain here for their training, do you? Blue Frost anxiously asked Sherfone. Blue Frost recognized the area as the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region and knew that the lowest level monster was level 120. This would be an amazing area to level and train for players of his tier and level. But Zero Wing's new recruits and Tier 2 members would only waste their time here. These members were Zero Wing's future. Sending them to such a place to waste their time would cost the guild. Remain here for their training? Shaking his head, Sherfong said, "Such a wonderful thing isn't possible." Sherfang's reply confused Blue Frost. He couldn't understand what was so wonderful about this frozen hellscape. Sherfong didn't explain his statement, however. Instead, he met with the Adventurers Association's NPCs to complete the handover procedures. Once complete, the NPCs promptly left the lost town, making the already desolate town even more lonely. At that point, the sound of a system announcement rang in everyone's ears. Lost Town Region System Announcement. The town's new location is subject to a mysterious curse. Wraiths will absorb the excess mana players radiate, transforming into monsters. Please be wary of these monsters' attacks. Shortly after the system announcement ended and before Zero Wing's members could digest the information, translucent, humanoid ghosts started to manifest around some of Zero Wing's members. These humanoid ghosts appeared to be clones of the players they stood by. They even had the same levels as their human counterparts. The moment their forms were complete, these ghosts attacked the players. Not understanding what was happening, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, they were all Zero Wing experts, and although their levels and tiers weren't up to standard, they commanded expert combat standards. Even the weakest player there could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They had no trouble responding to the ghosts' attacks appropriately. Meanwhile, the players who hadn't been attacked joined the fray, targeting the ghosts near them. After a moment, however, something else surprising occurred. The ghostly clones had the same combat standards as their human counterparts. Moreover, other players' attacks proved utterly ineffective. Your official training begins now. Be careful of the ghosts that will appear beside you. No one, other than the player the ghosts copy, can do anything to them. If these ghosts kill you, not only will you lose a level, but you won't be able to log in for a day. Sherfone warned as he watched Zero Wing's members fight these phantom monsters. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range was no ordinary location. The map's inner region was actually considered a forbidden land. Every forbidden land in God's domain has some mechanic that made survival particularly difficult. The Demon Wolf Mountain Range's inner region had this curse. Sherfone neither knew exactly what this curse was, nor did he know who was responsible for it. But he knew that an endless stream of ghosts would appear to attack and harass any player resting within a town or city established in this area, preventing anyone from remaining in the region long term. Zero Wing's many members gasped when they heard Sherfang's warning. How was this training? This was simply an execution. They had now fought these ghosts, so they knew the spirits had the same combat standards as the players they cloned. Unlike players, however, the ghosts weren't affected by the harsh environment. Hence, the monsters commanded their players' peak combat power. In other words, the ghosts were stronger than the cloned players. To make matters worse, they would lose a full level and be banned from the game for a full day if they died. Just how were they supposed to catch up with mainstream experts in this situation? While many of his guild mates complained to themselves, Blue Frost, who was engaged in a bitter battle with his ghost, realized something, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Players were at a disadvantage against these ghosts, and they couldn't even manipulate the ambient mana due to its violent, biased nature. The only option they had left was to find a way to manipulate and use the mana within them to defeat the phantom clones. Since these ghosts mimicked both the player's behavior and combat standards, players could also predict their opponent's moves in certain situations. With this thought in mind, Blue Frost found his ghost counterpart much easier to fight. He also discovered many of his own flaws, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, these fights wouldn't benefit Tier 2 players as much as it did Tier 3 players like himself. However, Tier 2 players could still use their skills and spells in this harsh environment, where Tier 3 players struggled. As long as Tier 2 players steadily trained their combat standards and skill and spell completion rates, they were more than capable of defeating their ghosts. Not only weren't these ghosts the problem they had all assumed, but they were also the perfect training partners for experts like them. Only this kind of training was a little too risky. It wasn't long before the rest of Zero Wing's members realized the same, and many stopped complaining, fully immersing themselves in battle. Guild leader, this place is amazing. It is like a natural training ground. Although using it is costly, everyone's training efficiency will be several times greater than normal. The Tier 3 experts who haven't unlocked their mana body's full potential will likely do so after spending a month here, Aqua Rose said, her eyes glowing brightly as she watched the Zero Wing members before her grow steadily stronger. Zero Wing's main force members had already unlocked a sizable fraction of their mana bodies. If they trained here, they'd complete the task in no more than 10 days. Once they did, the guild would have over 100 Tier 3 experts with 100% of their mana bodies under their command. Just thinking about this elated Aqua Rose. Training here was brutal and dangerous, but compared to its benefits, the cost wasn't overly high. Even if players died, they'd only lose a level and some time. Zero Wing's main force members were already much higher levels than the various superpowers peak experts, so the loss wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Lost Town now occupied a level 120 neutral map. Grinding for levels would be easy here, and trading levels for progress and unlocking their mana bodies was certainly a worthwhile exchange for Zero Wing. While Zero Wing's members worked hard to improve, Sherfong made his way to the Extraordinary Tower. He didn't pay everyone's battles much mind. The mysterious curse was only an additional benefit for relocating the Lost Town to the Demon Wolf mountain range. The Extraordinary Tower was still the town's most valuable aspect. The Extraordinary Tower had always been the best location for players to grasp the realm of Truth's principles. Training in this tower could shuttle players from the Truth realm all the way to the Transcendental realm. However, Sherfong had only been able to unlock the tower's second floor, which offered guidance for reaching the Ascension realm, due to a lack of magic crystals. As a result, he hadn't gained any guidance or clues about progressing to the next realm. Now, however, Zero Wing's magic crystal income had skyrocketed due to Stone Forest City's popularity and the Dark World's teleportation gate. After the past few days, the two sources had provided more than 300,000 magic crystals, utterly surpassing Sherfeng's expectations. And this now allowed Sherfong to unlock the Extraordinary Tower's third floor. Once he reached the tower, Sherfong called up the tower's interface and unlocked the third floor. As he did, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, the Extraordinary Tower's first 2 floors have already been unlocked. Do you wish to pay 1 million magic crystals to unlock the third floor? Unlock it. Chapter 2593. Extraordinary Tower's third floor unlocked the instant Sherfong chose to unlock the Extraordinary Tower's third floor. 1 million magic crystals disintegrated inside his bag, transforming into a stream of mana that flowed into the tower itself. As the torrent of mana flowed into the Extraordinary Tower, the carved divine runes on the inner walls lit up and repaired themselves. While the divine runes became more complete, the tower's exterior changed significantly. With the Extraordinary Tower in the center, the violent mana that filled the Lost Town began to obey. The mana around the tower became denser, and the tower itself released an old, sacred aura that spread throughout the town, instilling anyone it touched with serenity. What an amazing aura! My hungers even disappeared. That's not all. My mind feels much clearer, and my stamina and concentration have begun to recover as well. I feel like I can fight these ghosts for an entire day without rest. As the sacred aura filled the town, Zero Wings fighting members rejoiced. They had been at an absolute disadvantage against their ghost counterparts, and they had known death was only a matter of time. The foreign energy was corroding their bodies too quickly. However, the situation had changed. Although their surroundings still lacked any elemental mana other than ice, this sacred aura had cleansed the area of foreign energy. As a result, their minds had cleared during their fight, which would prolong their survival. Meanwhile, every ghost had spawned with a mana life buff, which indicated their remaining lifespan and only had a 6-hour duration. If they could last against these phantoms for more than 6 hours, the ghosts would automatically disappear, even if they couldn't defeat them. In addition, Shifeng had informed them that these ghosts only appeared for each player once a day. If they held on for the full 6 hours, they could spend the rest of their day resting easy in the lost town. Of course, players who wanted to dedicate themselves to growing stronger, especially those with high combat standards, wouldn't be satisfied with 6 hours of training. As a result, these players cherished their 6-hour combat session even more than the rest. Moreover, ghosts wouldn't appear for everyone. At the end of the day, these ghosts' appearances were the result of a curse. The stronger a player was, the less effective the curse would be. Ghosts might not even appear for the stronger players, and would almost never appear for players who had already unlocked their mana body's full potential. While everyone was surprised and elated about the new changes to the Lost Town, the Extraordinary Tower's sacred aura had finally filled the town. At the same time, a translucent barrier formed around the Lost Town, isolating it completely. This barrier also calmed the violent, ice-type mana in the town, creating a stable mana environment. The mana wasn't very dense, but it was enough to clear the players' minds of unhelpful thoughts. What did the guild leader do? Aqua Rose was shocked when she sensed the changes. She had felt this strange sensation before. To be precise, she had experimented with it during her travels within the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate. The only difference was the town's much lower mana density, which resulted in a much smaller boost to her mental capacity. Overall, the Lost Town's training efficiency was barely 1/3 of the Legacy Gate's. Even so, that was astounding. The Lost Town could accommodate far more players than the Legacy Gate, and while it wouldn't be quite as helpful, it was an ideal training ground for Tier 3 players as they tried to unlock their mana bodies. Moreover, the magic barrier substantially increased the town's defenses. With the barrier in place, defeating the monster tides would be far easier. While Aqua Rose and Zero Wings, other members fortunate enough to enter the Legacy Gate, were shocked over the Lost Town's transformation. Something else within the Extraordinary Tower had shocked Shifeng. This is the result of unlocking the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor? He was at a loss as he sensed the ancient aura filling the hall. Normally, only in ancient fortresses could contain all 7 mana elements, yet the Extraordinary Tower brimmed with all of them. Moreover, the mana here was even denser than in the Starlight Fortress. If Tier 3 players trained here, breaking past the 100% threshold would no longer be just a dream, not to mention fully unlocking their mana bodies. He had been worried about crossing that threshold himself, but the tower's new environment had just increased his chances by 10%. If his chances had only increased by 10%, others would have an even greater boost. If players who hadn't yet unlocked their mana bodies' full potential trained in the Extraordinary Tower, they could definitely accomplish the task in a short time. In fact, their training efficiency here might be twice as high as it was against the humanoid ghosts. Fighting in an area with all 7 mana elements would yield completely different results than fighting in an area with almost none of them. Players would have a much easier time recognizing and controlling the flow of mana in the former. Unfortunately, while this environment was idyllic, there was a limit to the number of players who could take advantage of it. This mana was contained in the Extraordinary Tower's training grounds. The first floor could only accommodate 100 people at a time, while 50 could fit on the second floor and only 10 would fit on the third. In total, only 160 people could use the Extraordinary Tower at the same time. That was only under ideal circumstances. In reality, far fewer players could train in the Extraordinary Tower at a time. If players wanted to use the second or third floors, they'd have to clear the previous floors first. Feng didn't give the matter much thought before he instructed Zero Wings, main force members, to train in the tower during their free time and to ignore level grinding and raiding monster dens. Unlocking their mana bodies was far more important than raiding monster dens and level grinding. Furthermore, they had unlocked a considerable percentage of their mana bodies after consuming the exotic legacy potions they had obtained from Poison City. Normally, unlocking their mana bodies would require at most 2 full weeks, but with the tower's third floor unlocked, they could accomplish the feat in even less time. Once all of Zero Wings' main force members unlocked their mana bodies' full potential, the team's grinding efficiency would improve. Securing the Demon Wolf Den that housed the medium teleportation point would also become easier. With his guild mates desperately training, Feng made his way to the tower's second floor to begin his ascent. He had reached his limit during his last visit to the Extraordinary Tower's second floor, unable to improve further regardless of how hard he had tried. Even after creating Sword's transmigration, he hadn't been able to reach the top of the second floor staircase and had been thrown after reaching the 30th step. Now, however, he had fully unlocked his mana body and gained a newfound understanding of mana. He had even learned a mana technique, and he was ready to challenge the second floor again to push himself through that final barrier. Neither his Tier 4 promotion quest nor the Divine Dragon's trial would be easy to complete. If he failed, he would suffer unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, both trials focused on testing players' individual strength. Advancing through the realms of truth would undoubtedly provide immense help in both upcoming trials. This was why he had decided to activate the Extraordinary Tower's third floor now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU controlling his emotions. Feng climbed the first step on the second floor staircase. 2 silver-armored swordsmen then appeared, charging at him with the intent to kill. As Feng made his way to the Extraordinary Tower's third floor, a group of level 110 experts arrived before Stone Forest City's gates, causing commotion at the city's main entrance. "So this is Zero Wings Stone Forest City," an elegant, middle-aged man amidst the group commented as he gazed at the magnificent city before him. With a surprised tone, he continued, "It is truly extraordinary. With such dense mana and natural terrain advantage, wonder should have grown much stronger here. Don't forget our orders, Elder Hermit. We are not here to sightsee," a bald, middle-aged man in black robes scolded, rolling his eyes. "No matter how much stronger she's grown, wonder must return with us. The time for her willful rebellion has come to an end." "I know. Isn't that why I tagged along in the first place?" Hermit replied. Instead of getting upset at the bald man's comment, he breathed a deep sigh as he led his team into Stone Forest City. Chapter 2592, Natural Training Ground. Chapter 2592, Natural Training Ground. As Zero Wings members teleported to the Lost Town's residence, the residence's plaza quickly became crowded. What is this place? Why do I feel like a foreign energy is trying to invade my body? My senses feel so dull, and I'm suddenly starving. Didn't the higher-ups say they were bringing us to a sacred training and leveling ground? What's going on here? My friends were still jealous that I got chosen to join the guild's special training, and they didn't. But why does this place feel lesser than Stone Forest City? Upon their arrival to the Lost Town, Zero Wings' new recruits and core members, all of whom had high potential, were curious about the situation, falling into heated discussions. The recruits were especially confused. They knew nothing about the lost town, and now they had been thrown into such a harsh environment. They couldn't bring themselves to believe this was a sacred training ground. Just surviving in this town long term would be a problem. The situation began to worry Aqua Rosen. The town's new location was nothing like what she had imagined. Even Tier 3 players like herself would struggle to survive here, much less the guild's latest trainees who hadn't yet reached Tier 3. Needless to say, training and fighting the random monster tides would be nearly impossible. Players would be fortunate to exhibit their normal combat standards in such a severe area, much less improve their combat standards. During her previous visit to the Demon Wolf mountain range, she had stayed in the neutral map's outer region, where the environment hadn't been particularly harsh, but now that she stood in the inner region, she felt sluggish and her senses had considerably dulled. The constant hunger assaulting her mind and body was also quite uncomfortable. Most importantly, the mana here felt like an icy hell. Violent, ice-type mana filled the area, and Aqua Rose could sense scant amounts of other elements. Manipulating mana in this zone would be almost impossible. When players couldn't manipulate mana, how were they supposed to improve? Guild leader, you don't intend these Tier 2 members to remain here for their training, do you? Blue Frost anxiously asked Sherfone. Blue Frost recognized the area as the Demon Wolf mountain range's inner region and knew that the lowest leveled monster was level 120. This would be an amazing area to level and train for players of his tier and level. But Zero Wing's new recruits and Tier 2 members would only waste their time here. These members were Zero Wing's future. Sending them to such a place to waste their time would cost the guild. Remain here for their training? Shaking his head, Sherfong said, "Such a wonderful thing isn't possible." Sherfang's reply confused Blue Frost. He couldn't understand what was so wonderful about this frozen hellscape. Sherfong didn't explain his statement, however. Instead, he met with the Adventurers Association's NPCs to complete the handover procedures. Once complete, the NPCs promptly left the lost town, making the already desolate town even more lonely. At that point, the sound of a system announcement rang in everyone's ears. Lost Town Region System Announcement. The town's new location is subject to a mysterious curse. Wraiths will absorb the excess mana players radiate, transforming into monsters. Please be wary of these monsters' attacks. Shortly after the system announcement ended and before Zero Wing's members could digest the information, translucent, humanoid ghosts started to manifest around some of Zero Wing's members. These humanoid ghosts appeared to be clones of the players they stood by. They even had the same levels as their human counterparts. The moment their forms were complete, these ghosts attacked the players. Not understanding what was happening, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, they were all Zero Wing experts, and although their levels and tiers weren't up to standard, they commanded expert combat standards. Even the weakest player there could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They had no trouble responding to the ghosts' attacks appropriately. Meanwhile, the players who hadn't been attacked joined the fray, targeting the ghosts near them. After a moment, however, something else surprising occurred. The ghostly clones had the same combat standards as their human counterparts. Moreover, other players' attacks proved utterly ineffective. Your official training begins now. Be careful of the ghosts that will appear beside you. No one, other than the player the ghosts copy, can do anything to them. If these ghosts kill you, not only will you lose a level, but you won't be able to log in for a day. Sherfone warned as he watched Zero Wing's members fight these phantom monsters. The Demon Wolf mountain range was no ordinary location. The map's inner region was actually considered a forbidden land. Every forbidden land in God's domain has some mechanic that made survival particularly difficult. The Demon Wolf mountain range's inner region had this curse. Sherfone neither knew exactly what this curse was, nor did he know who was responsible for it, but he knew that an endless stream of ghosts would appear to attack and harass any player resting within a town or city established in this area, preventing anyone from remaining in the region long term. Zero Wing's many members gasped when they heard Shifeng's warning. How was this training? This was simply an execution. They had now fought these ghosts, so they knew the spirits had the same combat standards as the players they cloned. Unlike players, however, the ghosts weren't affected by the harsh environment. Hence, the monsters commanded their players' peak combat power. In other words, the ghosts were stronger than the cloned players. To make matters worse, they would lose a full level and be banned from the game for a full day if they died. Just how were they supposed to catch up with mainstream experts in this situation? While many of his guildmates complained to themselves, Blue Frost, who was engaged in a bitter battle with his ghost, realized something, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Players were at a disadvantage against these ghosts, and they couldn't even manipulate the ambient mana due to its violent, biased nature. The only option they had left was to find a way to manipulate and use the mana within them to defeat the phantom clones. Since these ghosts mimicked both the player's behavior and combat standards, players could also predict their opponent's moves in certain situations. With this thought in mind, Blue Frost found his ghost counterpart much easier to fight. He also discovered many of his own flaws, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, these fights wouldn't benefit Tier 2 players as much as it did Tier 3 players like himself. However, Tier 2 players could still use their skills and spells in this harsh environment where Tier 3 players struggled. As long as Tier 2 players steadily trained their combat standards and skill and spell completion rates, they were more than capable of defeating their ghosts. Not only weren't these ghosts the problem they had all assumed, but they were also the perfect training partners for experts like them. Only, this kind of training was a little too risky. It wasn't long before the rest of Zero Wing's members realized the same, and many stopped complaining, fully immersing themselves in battle. Guild leader, this place is amazing. It is like a natural training ground. Although using it is costly, everyone's training efficiency will be several times greater than normal. The Tier 3 experts who haven't unlocked their mana body's full potential will likely do so after spending a month here, Aqua Rose said, her eyes glowing brightly as she watched the Zero Wing members before her grow steadily stronger. Zero Wing's main force members had already unlocked a sizable fraction of their mana bodies. If they trained here, they'd complete the task in no more than 10 days. Once they did, the guild would have over 100 Tier 3 experts with 100% of their mana bodies under their command. Just thinking about this elated Aqua Rose. Training here was brutal and dangerous, but compared to its benefits, the cost wasn't overly high. Even if players died, they'd only lose a level and some time. Zero Wing's main force members were already much higher levels than the various superpowers peak experts, so the loss wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Lost Town now occupied a level 120 neutral map. Grinding for levels would be easy here, and trading levels for progress and unlocking their mana bodies was certainly a worthwhile exchange for Zero Wing. While Zero Wing's members worked hard to improve, Shifeng made his way to the Extraordinary Tower. He didn't pay everyone's battles much mind. The mysterious curse was only an additional benefit for relocating the Lost Town to the Demon Wolf mountain range. The Extraordinary Tower was still the town's most valuable aspect. The Extraordinary Tower had always been the best location for players to grasp the realm of Truth's principles. Training in this tower could shuttle players from the Truth realm all the way to the Transcendental realm. However, Shifeng had only been able to unlock the tower's second floor, which offered guidance for reaching the Ascension realm, due to a lack of magic crystals. As a result, he hadn't gained any guidance or clues about progressing to the next realm. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now, however, Zero Wing's magic crystal income had skyrocketed due to Stone Forest City's popularity and the Dark World's teleportation gate. After the past few days, the two sources had provided more than 300,000 magic crystals, utterly surpassing Shifeng's expectations. And this now allowed Shifeng to unlock the extraordinary tower's third floor. Once he reached the tower, Shifeng called up the tower's interface and unlocked the third floor. As he did, he heard the sound of a system notification. System: the extraordinary tower's first 2 floors have already been unlocked. Do you wish to pay 1 million magic crystals to unlock the third floor? Unlock it. Chapter 2593. Extraordinary Tower's third floor unlocked. Chapter 2593. Extraordinary Tower's third floor unlocked the instant Shifeng chose to unlock the Extraordinary Tower's third floor. 1 million magic crystals disintegrated inside his bag, transforming into a stream of mana that flowed into the tower itself. As the torrent of mana flowed into the Extraordinary Tower, the carved divine runes on the inner walls lit up and repaired themselves. While the divine runes became more complete, the tower's exterior changed significantly. With the Extraordinary Tower in the center, the violent mana that filled the lost town began to obey. The mana around the tower became denser, and the tower itself released an old, sacred aura that spread throughout the town, instilling anyone it touched with serenity. What an amazing aura! My hungers even disappeared. That's not all. My mind feels much clearer, and my stamina and concentration have begun to recover as well. I feel like I can fight these ghosts for an entire day without rest. As the sacred aura filled the town, Zero Wing's fighting members rejoiced. They had been at an absolute disadvantage against their ghost counterparts, and they had known death was only a matter of time. The foreign energy was corroding their bodies too quickly. However, the situation had changed. Although their surroundings still lacked any elemental mana other than ice, this sacred aura had cleansed the area of foreign energy. As a result, their minds had cleared during their fight, which would prolong their survival. Meanwhile, every ghost had spawned with a mana life buff, which indicated their remaining lifespan and only had a 6-hour duration. If they could last against these phantoms for more than 6 hours, the ghosts would automatically disappear, even if they couldn't defeat them. In addition, Shifeng had informed them that these ghosts only appeared for each player once a day. If they held on for the full 6 hours, they could spend the rest of their day resting easy in the lost town. Of course, players who wanted to dedicate themselves to growing stronger, especially those with high combat standards, wouldn't be satisfied with 6 hours of training. As a result, these players cherished their 6-hour combat session even more than the rest. Moreover, ghosts wouldn't appear for everyone. At the end of the day, these ghosts' appearances were the result of a curse. The stronger a player was, the less effective the curse would be. Ghosts might not even appear for the stronger players, and would almost never appear for players who had already unlocked their mana body's full potential. While everyone was surprised and elated about the new changes to the lost town, the Extraordinary Tower's sacred aura had finally filled the town. At the same time, a translucent barrier formed around the lost town, isolating it completely. This barrier also calmed the violent, ice-type mana in the town, creating a stable mana environment. The mana wasn't very dense, but it was enough to clear the players' minds of unhelpful thoughts. What did the guild leader do? Aqua Rose was shocked when she sensed the changes. She had felt this strange sensation before. To be precise, she had experimented with it during her travels within the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate. The only difference was the town's much lower mana density, which resulted in a much smaller boost to her mental capacity. Overall, the Lost Town's training efficiency was barely 1/3 of the Legacy Gate's. Even so, that was astounding. The Lost Town could accommodate far more players than the Legacy Gate, and while it wouldn't be quite as helpful, it was an ideal training ground for Tier 3 players as they tried to unlock their mana bodies. Moreover, the magic barrier substantially increased the town's defenses. With the barrier in place, defeating the monster tides would be far easier. While Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other members fortunate enough to enter the Legacy Gate were shocked over the lost town's transformation, Something else within the extraordinary tower had shocked Sherfone. This is the result of unlocking the extraordinary tower's third floor? He was at a loss as he sensed the ancient aura filling the hall. Normally, only in ancient fortresses could contain all 7 mana elements, yet the extraordinary tower brimmed with all of them. Moreover, the mana here was even denser than in the Starlight Fortress. If Tier 3 players trained here, breaking past the 100% threshold would no longer be just a dream, not to mention fully unlocking their mana bodies. He had been worried about crossing that threshold himself, but the tower's new environment had just increased his chances by 10%. If his chances had only increased by 10%, others would have an even greater boost. If players who hadn't yet unlocked their mana body's full potential trained in the extraordinary tower, they could definitely accomplish the task in a short time. In fact, their training efficiency here might be twice as high as it was against the humanoid ghosts. Fighting in an area with all 7 mana elements would yield completely different results than fighting in an area with almost none of them. Players would have a much easier time recognizing and controlling the flow of mana in the former. Unfortunately, while this environment was idyllic, there was a limit to the number of players who could take advantage of it. This mana was contained in the extraordinary tower's training grounds. The first floor could only accommodate 100 people at a time, while 50 could fit on the second floor and only 10 would fit on the third. In total, only 160 people could use the extraordinary tower at the same time. That was only under ideal circumstances. In reality, far fewer players could train in the extraordinary tower at a time. If players wanted to use the second or third floors, they'd have to clear the previous floors first. Sherfone didn't give the matter much thought before he instructed Zero Wings, main force members, to train in the tower during their free time and to ignore level grinding and raiding monster dens. Unlocking their mana bodies was far more important than raiding monster dens and level grinding. Furthermore, they had unlocked a considerable percentage of their mana bodies after consuming the exotic legacy potions they had obtained from Poison City. Normally, unlocking their mana bodies would require at most 2 full weeks, but with the tower's third floor unlocked, they could accomplish the feat in even less time. Once all of Zero Wings' main force members unlocked their mana bodies' full potential, the team's grinding efficiency would improve. Securing the Demon Wolf Den that housed the medium teleportation point would also become easier. With his guild mates desperately training, Sherfone made his way to the tower's second floor to begin his ascent. He had reached his limit during his last visit to the extraordinary tower's second floor, unable to improve further regardless of how hard he had tried. Even after creating Sword's transmigration, he hadn't been able to reach the top of the second floor staircase and had been thrown after reaching the 30th step. Now, however, he had fully unlocked his mana body and gained a newfound understanding of mana. He had even learned a mana technique, and he was ready to challenge the second floor again to push himself through that final barrier. Neither his Tier 4 promotion quest nor the Divine Dragon's trial would be easy to complete. If he failed, he would suffer unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, both trials focused on testing players' individual strength. Advancing through the realms of truth would undoubtedly provide immense help in both upcoming trials. This was why he had decided to activate the Extraordinary Tower's third floor now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU controlling his emotions. Sherfone climbed the first step on the second floor staircase. 2 silver-armored swordsmen then appeared, charging at him with the intent to kill. As Sherfone made his way to the Extraordinary Tower's third floor, a group of level 110 experts arrived before Stone Forest City's gates, causing a commotion at the city's main entrance. "So this is Zero Wings' Stone Forest City," an elegant, middle-aged man amidst the group commented as he gazed at the magnificent city before him. With a surprised tone, he continued, "It is truly extraordinary. With such dense mana and natural terrain advantage, wonders should have grown much stronger here. Don't forget our orders, Elder Hermit. We are not here to sightsee. A bald, middle-aged man in black robes scolded, rolling his eyes. No matter how much stronger she's grown, Wonder must return with us. The time for her willful rebellion has come to an end. I know. Isn't that why I tagged along in the first place? Hermit replied. Instead of getting upset at the bald man's comment, he breathed a deep sigh as he led his team into Stone Forest City. Chapter 2594. Half-Step Grandmaster Stone Forest City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 2594. Half-Step Grandmaster Stone Forest City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Following the NPC, Hermit and the bald man arrived at one of the basic meditation rooms on the trading firm's top floor. They were greeted by the sight of a woman in luxurious, dark blue robes and enveloped in a faint layer of mana. The woman was steadfastly focused on brewing a potion, her every action smooth and dexterous. A short moment later, the woman lifted her hand, holding a potion that radiated dense mana. She can brew the master-ranked advanced magic resistance potion so easily. She must not be far from becoming a grandmaster alchemist. The scene had astonished Hermit and his companion. Master-ranked magic resistance potions were quite rare and costly on the market. They could, after all, enable Tier 3 players to roam level 100+ maps with harsh environments. However, Master-ranked advanced magic resistance potions were even stronger. Not only could they help Tier 2 players survive in the severe environments in level 100+ maps, but the potion's effects would also last 24 full hours. Level 100+ maps had abundant resources, particularly those level 110 and above, but their environments were severe and dangerous. Only Tier 3 players could survive in these maps without aid. Unfortunately, the various powers had too few Tier 3 experts at this stage of the game, and they had to rely on their Tier 2 members to gather resources for their development. Hence, the demand for master-ranked advanced magic resistance potions was incredibly high. However, crafting master-ranked advanced magic resistance potions wasn't easy. Even a master alchemist wouldn't have more than a 30% success rate, and the potions took a long time to brew. Including the current rarity of master alchemists, there wasn't enough supply of these potions to meet demand. Silent Wonder, on the other hand, could effortlessly brew these potions. Moreover, she had completed her last potion with astounding speed. She was efficient enough to take on the work of 3 or 4 master alchemists. With those skills, she was likely on the brink of becoming a grandmaster alchemist. Rather than Silent Wonder's alchemy standards, Hermit and the bald man were far more surprised to see that she had reached level 111. She was actually one level higher than they were. It seems the rumors calling Stone Forest City a sacred, leveling ground were true. After all, Hermit muttered, staring at the level displayed above Silent Wonder's head in shock. Silent Wonder wasn't a pure combat player. Although players could gain EXP through their subclasses, they didn't earn nearly as much as combat players who relentlessly grinded monsters in the fields. Despite that, Silent Wonder had still surpassed both of them. This fact alone made it clear how extraordinary a Guild Zero Wing was. Fifth Uncle, Elder Hermit, isn't there still some time before the family competition begins? What's with the sudden visit? Silent Wonder asked, curious to see the two people enter the room. The Azure Chamber of Commerce held a competition between its main shareholder families once a year on the same date. The next competition would begin in 6 days. Even if her family intended to escort her to the Western continent, she had expected they'd only show up the day before. She had no clue why they'd show up so early without prior notice. Moreover, Hermit, the man responsible for Demonstone Town's safety, had come to see her. These two didn't seem like they were simply here to escort her. There is indeed still some time before the competition, but that's not the only reason we've come, the middle-aged man informed her. I'm sure you are aware that the Zeus Corporation's support is a large part of the reason Azure enjoys its current success. Has something happened with the Zeus Corporation? Silent Wonder asked. The Zeus Corporation was one of the top 10 corporations in the world. The corporation's support was also a large part of the reason that the Azure Chamber of Commerce had grown over the years and achieved its current status in God's domain. Moreover, the Zeus Corporation had a considerable portion of the Super Guild Violet Sword shares. Violet Sword was relatively ancient, with over a century of history. It was one of the oldest super guilds to rise in the virtual gaming world. Its long history was only second to the 5 great super guilds, and the guild's relationship with the Zeus Corporation was why Azure had developed so smoothly on the Western continent. That's right, Violet Sword urgently needs lifestyle masters, so Zeus has decided that Azure will offer support. Since you are the greatest talent among our family's younger generation, you cannot avoid developing in Violet Sword. We have come to escort you to the guild's headquarters, the bald, middle-aged man explained, nodding. Develop in Violet Sword? But Silent Wonder was stunned. I know you wish to remain in Zero Wing, seeing as it has helped you so much. Helplessly, the bald man continued. However, you know how much the Zeus Corporation has helped Azure. Zeus's help is the very reason that Azure maintains its hold on a Grade 1 or vein. You are one of the lifestyle masters the corporation handpicked. If you don't go, not only will our family lose Zeus's support, but we might also lose our hold on that vein, which Azure relies on to survive. The Zeus Corporation was rich and powerful. It also commanded considerable strength and influence in the West. One word from the corporation is all it would take to throw the Azure Chamber of Commerce to the wolves. Can you give me some time to think, fifth uncle? Silent Wonder hesitantly requested. We might have allowed you to do as you wish until now, but this concerns the family's future. We cannot allow you to continue this willful behavior anymore. The bald man snapped. Once the family competition has ended, you will travel to Violet Sword to continue your development. Take this time to prepare. You don't need to worry about your situation with Zero Wing. We will help you settle it. With that, the bald man and hermit turned and left the room, leaving Silent Wonder stupefied. After leaving the candlelight trading firm, the 2 men headed straight for Zero Wing's residence. Don't you think you're being a little too impatient, Wushang? We should have given Wonder some time to accept the situation, Hermit commented, sending a sidelong glance at his companion. Accept it? Do you assume I don't want to? The bald man, Long Wushang, solemnly replied, offering a bitter smile. The Zeus Corporation has given us an ultimatum. In fact, the corporation has already delivered the other family's younger members to train with Violet Sword as a means to harass the Long family. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even so, I'm afraid Wonder will not go obediently, Hermit said. With as stubborn as she is, persuading her will be difficult. That's why we're going to meet with Zero Wing. As long as Zero Wing willingly lets her go, she'll be easier to convince, Long Wushang said. What if Zero Wing refuses? You must realize that the guild is not to be trifled with, Hermit worriedly countered. Isn't that why you're here? Long Wushang replied, rolling his eyes. He shifted his gaze toward the nearby guild residence, sneering as he continued. Zero Wing doesn't have a choice. If Zero Wing refuses to let Wonder go, it will suffer the Zeus Corporation's wrath. Chapter 2595, True Ascension Realm. Chapter 2595, True Ascension Realm, Lost Town. Extraordinary Tower's 2nd floor. As Shifeng ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, more and stronger swordsmen continued to appear. On the first step, he had only faced 2 silver swordsmen. When he reached the 89th step, his opponents were 4 golden swordsmen. Not only had all of these golden swordsmen commanded combat standards nearly on par with the refinement realm, but all 4 had reached the truth realm as well. Combining both aspects, their combat power was far stronger than ordinary refinement realm experts. Moreover, the 4 golden swordsmen's coordination was as seamless as if they shared one mind. There were no gaps in their offense or defense, and they all possessed incredible basic attributes. Even Shi Feng struggled to cope with the Golden Swordsman's assault. If he hadn't had Sword's transmigration to defend himself, these Golden Swordsmen would have long since thrown him back down the staircase. I can easily handle these swordsmen one-on-one, but avoiding their coordinated attacks with the physique of a Tier 1 player is impossible. It seems my only option is to force my way through. After 3 minutes of fighting these 4 Golden Swordsmen, Shi Feng realized that continuing this battle was a waste of time. He couldn't find any weaknesses to take advantage of. The only method he could think of to reach the next step was to force his way past these swordsmen. Following which, Shi Feng stepped forward and sucked in a deep breath. He then raised the abyssal blade above his head, gathering mana around the weapon. A phantom of a gigantic, great sword immediately appeared above him. Although the extraordinary tower suppressed his physique to that of Tier 1, it did nothing to hamper his mana body. He could easily command his own mana in combat. In retaliation, the 4 Golden Swordsmen launched a joint attack, aiming for 16 of Shi Feng's weak points. Before they had a chance to strike, Shi Feng swung down the abyssal blade. Light shadow! Boom! After the phantom greatsword's descent, all 4 Golden Swordsmen stumbled back several steps, falling out of formation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shi Feng charged at the nearest opponent. His target reacted quickly. Although the Golden Swordsman hadn't regained its posture, it used a horizontal slash in an attempt to stop Shi Feng's charge. However, Shi Feng didn't give the Golden Swordsman a chance to defend itself as a sacred sword transformed into a streak of light, deflecting the horizontal slash. He then thrust the abyssal blade at the Golden Swordsman's chest. Pung! Sparks flew as the fragmented legendary weapon collided with the Golden Swordsman's armor, shoving it back a few more steps before it fell. Finally, Shi Feng tore a hole in the 4 Golden Swordsmen's formation. Now, with his target on the ground, Shi Feng used void steps to confuse the 3 remaining Golden Swordsmen and escape their encirclement. He then leaped onto the 90th step. The moment Shi Feng landed on the 90th step, a swordsman in black robes appeared before him. This black swordsman then thrust his weapon at Shi Feng. The thrust was surprisingly powerful, and the instant the black swordsman's blade shot forward, it transformed into numerous particles of light that shot toward Shi Feng. It was impossible to tell which attack was real and which was fake. An advanced combat technique? Shi Feng's expression darkened when he recognized the move as a combat technique. This black swordsman's basic attributes and combat standards were even higher than the Golden Swordsman Shi Feng had just faced. In fact, the black swordsman was on the cusp of reaching the flowing water realm. Combined with its advanced combat technique, Shi Feng was no match for this opponent with just a Tier 1 physique. Of course, this disadvantage wasn't enough to make Shi Feng give up. Instead, he brandished Killing Ray in response. Sword's transmigration. The instant the 2 weapons met, a deafening boom echoed throughout the 2nd floor. The impact was so powerful that Shi Feng stumbled back down to the 89th step. He hadn't had time to readjust his posture, and the 4 Golden Swordsmen he had left behind subsequently threw him back down to the base of the 2nd floor staircase. The 90th step's black swordsman is amazing. I saw no excess movements, and it perfectly integrated an advanced combat technique. Not even domain realm experts could find any opening to take advantage of and would be forced to face its attacks head-on. Shi Feng wasn't disappointed about returning to square one. Actually, he seemed rather excited. The black swordsman had highlighted some of his own flaws. He had reached the realm of Truth's Ascension realm, and his every action resembled a combat technique, but they weren't. His movements lacked the power of combat techniques. They only possessed the deception of true combat techniques. To put it simply, he hadn't made much progress in the Ascension realm, and his foundations were unsteady. He had only grasped the vague concept of the realm, lacking its crucial concepts. The Black Swordsman, on the other hand, stood firmly in the Ascension realm. Because of this, Shifeng couldn't yet ascend to the Extraordinary Tower's 3rd floor, despite having reached the Ascension realm. If he could gain even a portion of the Black Swordsman's mastery over the Ascension realm and perfectly integrate basic combat techniques with his every action, his combat power would definitely rise by a large margin. Meanwhile, during the time Shifeng was reflecting on his own flaws, a few other Zero Wing members were sent flying down the 2nd floor staircase as well. I did it. I finally did it. Shadow Sword shouted ecstatically as he looked at the dense mana his body radiated. Turtle Dove, Alluring Summer, and the others who had fallen down the stairs similarly radiated dense mana. They had obviously unlocked their mana bodies' full potential. Moreover, Blue Frost, Flying Shadow, Stubborn Bone, and a few other Zero Wing members, who had only begun to unlock their mana bodies, revealed excited expressions. They had made significant progress during their climb on the Extraordinary Tower's 2nd floor staircase. Training in the Extraordinary Tower is really this effective? Shifeng looked at the players around him, astonished. While the Extraordinary Tower's mana provided quite a bit of help to players developing their mana control, Shifeng didn't think it'd be such an effective tool in helping them unlock their mana bodies. Learning the rules and how to manipulate mana wasn't an easy task, not to mention adapting those methods to one's mana body. Shifeng estimated that although Shadow Sword and the rest had been close to unlocking all of their mana body's potential, they should have still needed 3 to 5 days to reach 100%. And yet, they had succeeded in less than half a day. If every one of Zero Wing's main force members could make this much progress, every one of them would fully unlock their mana bodies in less than 10 days, becoming true powerhouses in God's domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Just as Shifeng turned his attention back to the 2nd floor staircase, however, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, Azure's representatives have come to our residence. They wish to speak with you about taking Wonder to develop in the West's Violet Sword. They're hoping we won't hinder her future, and just let her go. They visited Wonder before coming here, too, but it seems Wonder's reaction wasn't positive, Melancholic Smile reported. Violet Sword, huh? Shifeng could not contain his smile. Azure is certainly crafty. Will you meet with them? Melancholic Smile asked. That won't be necessary. Have Hell Rush send them away. Also, have him convey a message. I'll personally take Wonder to visit Violet Sword after the family competition to have a proper conversation with the Super Guild's people, so they don't need to bother. Shifeng calmly stated. Chapter 2596, Mighty Zero Wing. Times have changed Stone Forest City. Zero Wing's residence. Chapter 2596, Mighty Zero Wing. Times have changed Stone Forest City. Zero Wing's residence. Long Wushang and Hermit sat by the French window, clearly unhappy, in Zero Wing's large, luxurious reception room. So you're saying that Guild Leader Blackflame has no intention of meeting us, Commander Rush? Long Wushang demanded, glaring at Hell Rush, who had just notified them of Shifeng's reply. That's right. He knows what you wish to discuss and requested that I relay a message. Once the family competition is over, he will personally take Silent Wonder to visit Violet Sword. So you don't have to bother, Hell Rush coolly informed the two men, nodding. The message stunned both of them, particularly Long Wushang. Long Wushang had considered many possible outcomes before visiting Zero Wing's residence, and had prepared a variety of arguments to persuade Shifeng to let Silent Wonder go. However, he never considered that Shifeng would simply refuse to meet with them, turning them away. However, what truly surprised the bald man was the fact that Hell Rush had followed Shifeng's instructions, conveying the message personally. The alliance between Netherworld Empire and Zero Wing was no longer a secret among the various superpowers, especially after the battle at the Dark World's teleportation gate. That battle had exposed the relationship between the two guilds. Hell Rush, however, was a famous slaughtering god on the Western continent. He even commanded Netherworld Empire's strongest Trump Legion. Even Violet, Sword's guild leader, would have to take him seriously. Yet he obediently played the role of Shurfeng's messenger. Good, since guild leader Black Flame understands the situation. We won't overstay our welcome. Long Wushang decided after calming himself. He then stood to leave the room with Hermit. After they left Zero Wing's residence, the air around Long Wushang dropped a few degrees, becoming so cold that nearby players shivered. Even the Azure experts that had tagged along shuddered as Long Wushang's frosty aura swept over them. To think that even the famous Hell Rush would obey Black Flame. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to have such a close relationship with Netherworld Empire. Violet, Sword might make concessions if they find out about this, Hermit surmised, glancing at the twisted expression his comrade was making. Concessions? Long Wushang laughed. I admit that Zero Wing is clearly close with Netherworld Empire, but after all is said and done, they are only allies. Zero Wing has barely any power in the West, while Violet Sword is a titan. It is obvious who holds the advantage on the Western continent. How much help would Netherworld Empire possibly be willing to offer Zero Wing? Moreover, this matter involves Violet Sword's future and prestige. The guild won't budge just because of Netherworld Empire's interference. Violet Sword aims to join the 5 great super guilds, after all. So what if Zero Wing and Netherworld Empire are close allies? And as for Black Flame's plan to negotiate with Violet Sword personally, that's nothing more than fool's talk. Regardless, we have, more or less, completed our goals here. Will you return now? Hermit asked. Of course, I am returning, Long Wushang growled, sneering at Zero Wing's residence. Violet Sword has already warned the Long family. Since Black Flame wants to be stubborn, he can't blame me for passing his message on to Violet Sword. I can't wait to see his confidence vanish. Long Wushang then left Stone Forest City and promptly returned to the Western continent. He planned to inform the rest of his family and Violet Sword of everything that had happened. Shortly after Long Wushang's group left, Silent Wonder received news of Shurfeng's reply. You're not really planning to visit Violet Sword, are you, guild leader? Silent Wonder asked as she watched Shurfeng's image on the screen before her. Refusing to meet with her 5th uncle might have been fine, but Shurfeng was playing with fire by declaring that he'd resolve the matter personally. Zero Wing had become a titan in the East, but its roots were still weak on the Western continent. Trying to convince the Zeus Corporation and Violet Sword to abandon their plans would be impossible with the power Zero Wing currently commanded. If this matter weren't handled carefully, Zero Wing could become the Zeus Corporation's enemy, which wouldn't be good news for the guild. I've already committed to it, so naturally I'll pay Violet Sword a visit, Shurfeng declared. And we'll be going in style. Going in style. Silent Wonder could not help but wonder if Shurfeng had finally gone mad. They were talking about Violet Sword, and the meeting venue would be in the West. Once the Super Guild learned about today's events, whether or not they reached Violet Sword's headquarters alive would be a problem, not to mention arriving in style. I've heard that Azure's younger generation has been invited to train with Violet Sword. Since that is the case, you should take a break from potion making and focus on training in the Lost Town, Shurfeng said, paying Silent Wonder's exasperated expression no mind. We'll show your family and Violet Sword Zero Wing's strength. But there are only a few days left before the family competition. I'm afraid it's too late to start training now, Silent Wonder complained. Her trust in Shurfeng's abilities, particularly his ability to help players level up, was unwavering. He had proven this with Dark Rhapsody and Deity Society's main force members. However, the upcoming competition wouldn't be in the form of a standard duel between players. Rather, it would be a competition of combat standards and techniques. The Azure Chamber of Commerce considered weapons and equipment to be external strength. The chamber was powerful enough that acquiring the best items was only a matter of time. Hence, Azure didn't need its younger members to rely on items, but their potential. However, one couldn't just improve their combat standards and combat techniques in a short time. They would have to train arduously for long periods. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now, there were only 6 days left until the family competition. Seeking a qualitative transformation within such a short time was simply unrealistic. Moreover, while her combat talent was outstanding among Azure's younger generation, she was nowhere close to a match for the top geniuses that devoted themselves to combat. From what she had learned during the previous competition in Demonstone Town, 2 of the younger generation were already close to the domain realm. One individual had already reached the domain realm. In contrast, she had only reached the half-step void realm standard. There was no way she could defeat those geniuses. I know, but beggars can't be choosers. Besides, combat comes in various forms, Shifeng said, realizing Silent Wonder's concerns. In any case, just make your way here. I've already given you access to the Lost Town. You can head to the residence to purchase a transfer scroll. All right, I'll leave immediately, Silent Wonder agreed. Since Shifeng was so confident, she had no choice but to follow his wishes. She had grown massively during her stay with Zero Wing, and she couldn't possibly sully the guild's name. Following which, she left the candlelight trading firm and made her way to Zero Wing's residence. Chapter 2597. Changes to the Lost Town, Zero Wing's residence. Chapter 2597. Changes to the Lost Town, Zero Wing's residence. With a flash of light, Silent Wonder arrived in the residence's plaza, looking worried. She was already at the half-step void realm standard, and crossing that barrier soon was entirely possible. A single flash of inspiration is all she would need, especially in her current state. She had already refined her control and pushed her 5 senses to their limits. Making a breakthrough in a single battle was likely. Even if she did, however, she'd at most reach the void realm before the family competition began. Her combat standards still wouldn't compare to Azure's combat geniuses. Thus, she struggled to understand why Shifeng suddenly wanted her to train in the Lost Town. This wasn't her first visit to the town, and she was aware of the extraordinary tower's astounding effects. The tower was the very reason she had reached the Truth Realm, although reaching the Ascension Realm was still a major challenge for her. In fact, reaching the Ascension Realm would be much harder than reaching the Void Realm. This place, before she had even exited the teleportation array, however, the scenery dumbfounded Silent Wonder. Many of Zero Wing's members fought translucent phantom clones, both within and outside of the residence. Their battles were fierce, and some even met their demise. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching from the side seemed envious. However, what truly surprised Silent Wonder was the incredibly low mana density within the Lost Town. She couldn't even sense the flow of mana around her. Conversely, the mana within her felt far more apparent than usual. She also found it easier to manipulate. Moreover, her mind didn't feel clogged in the Lost Town like it did in most mana-deficient environments. She knew exactly how valuable such an environment was. The various Powers Tier 3 experts were all busy, desperately hunting for methods to unlock their mana bodies effectively, but perceiving the mana within their bodies was incredibly difficult, let alone manipulate it. The Lost Town's environment made it easier for players to notice their own mana. Naturally, this would be immensely helpful as they worked to unlock their mana body's potential. Even so, Silent Wonder shook her head, returning to her prior thoughts. While the Lost Town's training environment had improved, she still only had 6 days left. Since travel to the Western continent would require a full day, she only had 5 days to train. Even in such a useful environment, trying to unlock her mana body in 5 days was asking for the impossible. When Silent Wonder entered the extraordinary tower, however, she was shocked again. If the Lost Town were a precious training ground, the extraordinary tower was sacred, especially to players trying to increase their mana control. In the tower, she could sense the various mana elements around her and their movement patterns. It felt like nowhere else in God's domain. What do you think? Do you think you can unlock your mana body's full potential before the family competition now? Feng asked as he approached Silent Wonder, smiling when he saw her dazed expression. God's domain offered a variety of ways to increase one's combat power, particularly after players reached Tier 3. The benefits Tier 3 players could gain by improving their mana control were in no way lesser than what they could gain by training their combat standards. I can train here regularly? Silent Wonder asked. This wasn't the first time she had stood in the tower, but it had changed drastically. She found it truly hard to believe that she could spend all her time training in such a sacred place. This environment was astonishing, and it had to come at a high price. Of course, Feng confirmed, nodding. He understood Silent Wonder's concerns, and maintaining the extraordinary tower was costly. After activating the extraordinary tower's third floor, he had to spend 20,000 magic crystals per day to keep the third floor's divine runes active. No first-rate guild could afford the expense, but it wouldn't be a problem for Zero Wing. Zero Wing was more than capable of keeping the extraordinary tower running at full power every day. Although I can't make any promises, I should have a high chance of succeeding before the competition, Silent Wonder said after giving the matter some thought. However, are you sure you won't reconsider visiting Violet Sword, guild leader? Violet Sword is the only one harassing my family on the surface, but it's backed by the Zeus Corporation in this. If the situation isn't handled carefully, our guild might not be allowed on the Western continent anymore. Thanks to her experiments and the ancient potion Feng had given her, she had unlocked over 30% of her mana body. If she focused on training in the extraordinary tower, reaching 100% within 5 days was definitely plausible. However, the family competition was a small matter. The Zeus Corporation was the real problem. The West's guilds, under the Zeus Corporation's control, weren't limited to the Azure Chamber of Commerce and Violet Sword. The corporation had significant shares in a few adventure alliances as well. Even without Violet Sword's strength, Zeus could easily destroy a superpower in the West by simply issuing a bounty. Meanwhile, most of Zero Wing's power lay in Cold Spring Forest. The guild had far less influence outside of the neutral map. There were also quite a few superpowers targeting Zero Wing in the East, not to mention the West. As long as you can do it, it's fine. Don't worry about the Zeus Corporation. If they really want to fight in the end, I don't mind giving them one, Feng said, brimming with confidence in his guild. That's right. If the Zeus Corporation goes too far, we'll prove that Zero Wing isn't to be trifled with, Aqua Rose commented as she approached. That's why you don't have to worry about anything, Wonder. Just focus on unlocking your mana body. You mustn't let those bastards look down on Zero Wing. Silent Wonder was touched by her companion's assurances, although their comments still rendered her speechless. It was enough of a problem that Feng, Zero Wing's guild leader, liked to cause trouble, but now Aqua Rose had picked up the habit. They were talking about one of the top 10 corporations in the entire world, not an opponent to be casually provoked. After Feng gave Silent Wonder some tips to unlock her mana body, he sent Aqua Rose and the other guild members with fully unlocked mana bodies to Zero Wing's residence. He then began to plan the raid on the Demon Wolf Den that housed the medium teleportation gate. Once they secured it, Zero Wing would have another open path to travel between the two main continents. Some time later, 12 players gathered in the residence's spacious plaza. Although there weren't many of them, the collective mana they radiated substantially increased the mana density in the plaza. Guild leader, everyone's here, but I'm afraid that raiding the Demon Wolf Den you mentioned will be difficult with just 12 of us and those personal guards, Aqua Rose said. For the various superpowers, having 12 Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies and several dozen Tier 3 personal guards was definitely something to be proud of. God's domain's powers would even consider the Force nearly invincible, but they were about to face the monsters in the Demon Wolf den Sherfong targeted. According to Fire Dance's scouting reports, the Demon Wolf den was home to more than 50,000 monsters, with level 120 lords being the weakest among them. Many of these monsters were even ordinary Grand Lords and Grand Lords with special bloodlines. Moreover, the den had a particularly severe environment. Even Fire Dance, who had already unlocked her mana body's full potential, had nearly lost her life during her scouting mission. It would agree with you, but don't we still have a Tier 4 personal guard? Sure, Fong countered, chuckling as he gestured to the fully armed Versailles behind him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You him? But his level. Aqua Rose only felt concern when she looked at the elderly NPC. Versailles might have an imposing aura, but she couldn't help the feeling that he would be unreliable. While Tier 4 NPCs were very powerful, Versailles was only a secret silver guard. At best, he could hold his ground against an ordinary mythic monster of the same level, but the old man was only level 112, which was even lower than the gathered players. How was he supposed to help them fight level 120-plus mythic monsters or Grand Lord ranked, mutated demon wolves that rivaled mythic monsters? The rest of the team worried as well. They could now afford to risk their personal guards' lives, but resurrecting a fallen guard would still require the precious water of life. It wouldn't be a laughing matter if all of these personal guards fell in battle. Let's go. You'll understand when the time comes. Sherfong dismissed the matter, still chuckling. He then led the team to the Demon Wolf Denver. Meanwhile, on the western continent, Long Wushang had returned to the Azure Chamber of Commerce's residence and relayed Sherfeng's message to his family's elders and grand elders. Chapter 2598. Clever Use of Personal Guards? Chapter 2598. Clever Use of Personal Guards? Winter Empire, Winter City, Azure Chamber of Commerce's residence. The Long family's elders and grand elders sat within a luxurious, top-floor meeting room, all wearing solemn expressions. If a Tier 3 player entered the room, they'd shudder with fear upon sensing these individuals' chilly auras. What arrogance! Zero Wing is too full of itself. That's right. It is simply responsible for a few achievements in the East, yet it assumes it can stand on the same level as Violet Sword in the West. It's ridiculous. Zero Wing wants to negotiate with Violet Sword? Does the guild think it rules the Western continent? The Long family's elders and grand elders were furious when they heard Long Wushang's report. They might have understood if Zero Wing had only refused to let Silent Wonder go. They all knew that the guild must have invested a lot of resources in the girl's development, and according to Long Wushang's report, she was very close to becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. The importance of a Grandmaster Alchemist to a guild went without saying. A single Grandmaster could be responsible for an entire guild's prosperity. The best potions currently on the market were Master rank. Obtaining a Grandmaster potion was unthinkable at this stage of the game. Any random Grandmaster potion would be immensely useful, and if a guild could mass-produce such potions, the guild would have an unimaginable advantage. Hence, they would have understood if Zero Wing had tried to fight for her. However, Sherfong hadn't stopped with a refusal to hand Silent Wonder over. He had also declared that Zero Wing would handle the situation, cutting Azure out. It was no more than calling them all incompetent. Since Zero Wing has made the promise, we'll wash our hands of this matter for now. Once Zero Wing embarrasses itself, it will learn when to take a step back, the keen-witted, middle-aged man in the seat of honor said. But what are Wonder's thoughts on this, old five? Wonder is quite hesitant, big bro, but once Zero Wing embarrasses itself, I doubt she'll sit by and watch her guild and family fall into ruin. I am sure she'll head to Violet Sword to continue her development, Long Wushang surmised after giving the matter some thought. That makes things simple. All we need to do is let things progress. While Zero Wing might be powerful enough to cause waves on the eastern continent, it can do nothing in the west. I realize that we don't wish to tie our family's elites to the Zeus Corporation, The company has chosen to use us as an example to unify the powers under its command. We have no way out of this mess, the clever man said, sighing. The elders and grand elders in the room fell silent. The Long family had become Azure's leading family and enjoyed untold glory on the surface. But in truth, it faced increasing pressure. If the Long family could not continue to grow stronger, only an endless abyss would await them in the end. After all, the Zeus Corporation only supported the Azure Chamber of Commerce. It didn't care who was in charge. As the clever man had said, Zero Wing couldn't accomplish anything on the Western continent. All the Long family needed to do was sit back and watch the show. While the Long family's elders met, Sherfong and his party finally reached the dangerous canyon within the East's Demon Wolf mountain range after some time traveling on their flying mounts. The canyon was full of level 120-plus demon wolves. Quite a few Grand Lord ranked, mutated crimson demon wolves and three-headed demon wolves rested on the canyon's broken cliffs and 20-meter-tall. Mythic ranked three-eyed ice demon wolves rested before a cave entrance, both radiating powerful, frosty auras. Ice demon wolf, demonic creature, High Lord, level 1, 23 HP 63,000, 000/63, 000, three-headed demon wolf. Demonic creature, Grand Lord, level 1, 24 HP 540, 000, 000/540, 000. Mutated crimson demon wolf. Demonic creature, Grand Lord, level 1, 25 HP 1, 200, 000/1, 200, 000, three-eyed ice demon wolf. Demonic creature, mythic, level 1, 27 HP 3,100,000, 000/3, 100, 000. When they saw the countless monsters, Zero Wing's members gasped. They had already learned about the incredible number of extremely powerful demon wolves in the canyon from Fire Dance's report. Still, they couldn't help but shudder upon seeing the monsters for themselves. This looked like more of a demon wolf city than a canyon. Even a team with over 5,000 level 120, Tier 3 players would struggle to raid this demon wolf den, much less their team of 12 and several dozen Tier 3 personal guards. With just a glance, they counted more than 300 three-headed demon wolves and mutated crimson demon wolves, and the Grand Lords guarded every entrance into the canyon. 2 three-headed ice demon wolves also stood guard at the mouth of the cave. The ice-type mana the 2 level 126 mythic monsters radiated was no laughing matter, and since all of the team's players had fully unlocked their mana bodies, they could sense how much mana the 2 monsters radiated. They felt as if they were staring at 2 gigantic mountains, not just mythic monsters. Enveloped in such overwhelming ice-type mana, manipulating the ambient mana would be impossible. Although they could use their own mana in combat, their mana would be suppressed, and they wouldn't be able to exhibit their skills and spells' full power. Guild leader, must we really clear out these demon wolves? Kola asked. He had wanted to test his new equipment, but he couldn't help his nervous gulp when he saw the demon wolves here. Even if we rely on the personal guards during the fight, I doubt we'll have an easy time. These demon wolves must be dealt with, but we're not relying on the personal guards. We'll be doing the cleaning ourselves, Sherfong said, shaking his head. We will. His guild leader's plan surprised Kola. Even working with their personal guards, they'd still have a difficult time defeating these demon wolves. Yet Sherfong informed them that they'd take out the monsters on their own. This had to be a joke. MHM, the demon wolves here are special. Not only are there so many and they're strong, but they also have high combat standards. Moreover, this environment's mana suppression is quite powerful, which makes using skills and spells incredibly difficult. Players will have to rely on their combat techniques here. Consider this another training ground. From today on, we'll train here, Sherfong said, nodding. Once you run out of stamina and concentration, return to training in the extraordinary tower, and recuperate. When you've rested, return here. Clearing this area will be our main task for the next few days. He had wanted to activate the medium teleportation point, boosting Zero Wing's development speed as soon as possible. However, Shifeng's most recent battle on the Extraordinary Tower's second floor had made one thing clear. The realms of truth weren't as simple as he had initially assumed. He had thought he had mastered a considerable portion of the realms of truth's principles, but in reality he only knew the tip of the iceberg. He had never once truly exhibited the realms of truth's full potential during combat. Meanwhile, Tier 3 was only a transition period for true powerhouses. The difference between their strength and that of ordinary experts would become more prominent as players reached level 120 and began to challenge their tier for promotion quests. While Zero Wing had plenty of expert players, very few qualified to be called peak experts, and even fewer were apex experts that had reached the domain realm. Although powerful weapons, equipment, and bloodlines would be quite helpful during players' tier for promotion quests, their combat standards would be the deciding factor between completing the quest or not. This would be particularly true of players who challenged their tier for promotion quests at a low level. They'd face much higher combat standard requirements than if they waited. Since the Zeus Corporation was taking measures to consolidate its power, it was obvious that the various superpowers and major corporations had realized the significance of Tier 4. As a result, they were pooling their resources to nurture their peak and apex experts in preparation for their Tier 4 promotion quests. In the past, the various superpowers had only realized how important Tier 4 was after a few apex experts had completed their promotion quests. However, due to the butterfly effect Shifeng had caused, the superpowers now focused on training their high-tiered experts, rather than rely on Zerg tactics as they had in his past life. Hence, improving Zero Wing members' combat standards was of the utmost importance. If the various superpowers really were preparing their experts for the Tier 4 promotion quests, Zero Wing would be overpowered if it remained passive. Aside from normal training, life-or-death battles with monsters was an absolute must if players wanted to grow stronger. Only by risking their lives in battle could players unlock more of their potential. Now that Zero Wing had the Extraordinary Tower and the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's special region in its grasp, he had to take advantage of these benefits. In that case, Guild Leader, why did we bring all of these personal guards? Aqua Rose asked, confused. It had taken a lot of manpower to secure so many powerful personal guards, yet Shifeng didn't intend to use them in the fight. She didn't understand what he was trying to accomplish. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, they're here to watch us fight and help during crucial moments, saving our lives, Shifeng seriously explained. His statement left the rest of his team speechless. Was this the right way to use personal guards? These demon wolves were so powerful. Even if they fought alongside their personal guards, victory wasn't guaranteed, so how were these NPCs supposed to protect them? Since there are no more questions, let's begin our training. Shifeng declared, slashing Killing Ray through the empty air before him and sending a lightning bolt at a group of a dozen or so demon wolves. The attack startled over 1,000 nearby monsters, and the demon wolves turned to glare at Shifeng's group, the rage in their eyes making Kola and the others shiver. Before the team could react, the 1,000 or so monsters charged toward them. Chapter 2599, True Tier 4. Chapter 2599, True Tier 4. Kola and the others grew nervous as the demon wolves swarmed. Most of the monsters were only High Lord ranked ice demon wolves, but with their high levels, their basic attributes could rival that of level 115 Great Lords. In other words, they had to face more than 1,000 Great Lords of the same level simultaneously, and every one of these monsters had the combat standards to reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Moreover, quite a few three-headed demon wolves ran with this pack. These monsters moved like a powerful tsunami that could wipe out anything in its path. As the demon wolves moved closer, and Zero Wing's members prepared for battle, The pack split into two and surrounded the team. Completing the encirclement, the ice demon wolves opened a path for their Grand Lord ranked brethren, allowing the three-headed demon wolves to move to the front. How intelligent are these monsters? Cola's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. These demon wolves moved more like a well-trained army than a bunch of demonic creatures, and this army had been specifically trained to target players. Before Cola and the others could react, one of the three-headed demon wolves charged forth. Over 100 ice demon wolves followed the Grand Lord, providing cover. Cola immediately responded by charging forward and using Justice Roar on the three-headed demon wolf. Just as the blinding light radiated from Cola, before he could land an attack, however, a playful look flashed in the Grand Lord's eyes, confusing the Guardian Knight. 2 ice demon wolves then appeared from behind the Grand Lord, ramming their heads into Cola. Pum! The ice demon wolves bounced off Cola's armor, flying back, and the MT's assault came to a grinding halt. Before Cola could regain his stance, the three-headed demon wolf's paw descended toward him, enveloped in an ink-black glow. "Don't you dare think I'm that easy to kill." Cola roared, reacting quickly and raising his shield to block the attack. The instant he raised his shield, however, he was dumbfounded. This time, 3 more ice demon wolves appeared from the Grand Lord's sides. A 2-pronged assault. Despite the fact that demonic creatures shouldn't possess much intellect, these demon wolves knew how to work together to launch complicated assaults. Moreover, their coordination was simply perfect. They had executed their strategy with flawless timing. Not even players could pull off such a tactic. It was as if these demon wolves had practiced relentlessly to deal with him specifically. Just as Cola thought all hope was lost, an ice wall rose up around him. Boom! The wall shook violently when the 3-headed demon wolf and 3 ice demon wolves collided with it, but it held steady. Stunned, Aqua rose, and the others glanced toward the origin of the ice wall's mana. None of them had been able to react to the demon wolves' attacks in time to save Cola, but someone had cast ice wall around the MT just before the 4 monsters' attack landed. The ice wall was only a Tier 2 spell, yet it had even stopped the Grand Lord ranked 3-headed demon wolf. It was unbelievable. Locating the caster, the team stared at Versailles, the elderly man behind Sherfone. However, to their surprise, there wasn't a magic array around the NPC or the crystalline staff he wielded, yet he had created the ice wall. When players cast spells, they first needed to form the necessary magic array. Even instantaneous spells required arrays to cast, and all magic arrays took time to form. Although instantaneous spells arrays manifested much faster, time was still needed for their completion. Versailles, however, had cast the Tier 2 ice wall without any magic arrays, as if the spell had taken shape with a thought. Moreover, his ice wall was astonishingly powerful. Enraged, the 3-headed demon wolf glared at Versailles. All 3 of the Grand Lord's heads opened their maws, and a 2-fold magic array began to form beneath the monster's feet. After a brief pause, the 3 wolf heads spat a frightening storm, resembling a hurricane, which threatened to devour everyone in the area. No one had any time to dodge the attack. In response, Versailles lifted his free hand and summoned a rock wall, isolating them from the 3-headed demon wolf. The powerful storm attack didn't even shake the rock wall. Even after exhausting its energy, the storm only cleaned the wall of loose dirt. Cola and the others were flabbergasted. That attack had undoubtedly been a Tier 3 curse, including the fact that the 3-headed demon wolf was a level 124 Grand Lord. The attack rivaled a full-powered hit from a level 120 mythic monster, yet Versailles had effortlessly blocked it. Meanwhile, the Tier 4 NPC summoned stone spikes beneath the other 2 3-headed demon wolves, who were preparing a long-range ambush, and broke the other Grand Lord's concentration. A Tier 4 NPC is actually this strong? Aqua Rose was utterly baffled as she watched. She had thought Sherfone was overestimating Versailles, who was only a level 112 Secret Silver Guard. He might be a Tier 4 NPC, but fighting this formidable Demon Wolf army should still give him some trouble. But after witnessing Versailles' performance, she understood why Sherfong thought so highly of the elderly NPC. Versailles had instantly cast 3 spells to interrupt the 3 Grand Lord's attacks. In other words, he could triple instant cast. Moreover, all 3 of his spells were incredibly powerful, despite their low tier. Versailles was on a completely different level than the Tier 4 NPCs she had encountered before. Everyone be more careful. Although we have Versailles protection, it isn't foolproof. These demon wolves are extraordinary. Not only are they incomparably cunning, but they also know how to take advantage of all sorts of opportunities. You need to be vigilant at all times, Sherfong warned, chuckling when he saw his teammates' surprise. Any NPC that could reach Tier 4 was a dragon among men. These individuals could protect entire cities without help. How could any of them possibly be weak? Moreover, humans at Tier 4 were completely different from monsters at the same tier. Humans needed to rely on techniques and mana control to complete their Tier 4 promotion quests. But monsters could reach the tier as long as they and their bloodline were sufficiently powerful. Hence, even if a Tier 4 human NPC was slightly lower level than a Tier 4 monster, they could rely on their superior techniques to fill the gap. Furthermore, a Tier 4 Secret Silver Guard's growth rate was by no means lacking. Sherfang's warning snapped everyone from their stupor, and a passionate flame began to bum in their eyes. The demon wolves before them were indeed extraordinary. That was clear after witnessing Kola's brief battle. Not only could these monsters chain their attacks, but they also knew how to target players' weak points. Most importantly, this wasn't a training session, but a life-threatening battle where they could exhibit their full potential. This was a battlefield that all expert players dreamed of. The 11 team members immediately cleared their minds and focused on the fight before them. Although their attention was on the demon wolves in front of them, they kept an eye on the monsters around them as well. Sherfong wasn't idle either. He immediately charged at 2 of the 3-headed demon wolves in the distance, trying to integrate his basic combat techniques in his every movement. Trying to use combat techniques with every action was incredibly difficult. When he had fought the swordsman on the extraordinary tower's second-floor staircase, he hadn't spared any attention or time for conducting such experiments. The tower had reduced his physique to that of a Tier 1 player, and he had barely been able to keep up with the second-floor swordsman as it was. If he had tried to combine combat techniques with his movements, his efforts would have yielded the opposite effect. Fortunately, these demon wolves were the perfect practice targets. Not only did they target players' weak points, but he could also maintain his Tier 3 physique during the fight. He would have more than enough energy to spare for practicing his combat technique integration. Sherfong proceeded to engage in a bitter battle with the 2 3-headed demon wolves and several hundred nearby ice demon wolves. Whenever he focused his attacks on the Grand Lords, the ice demon wolves pounced to intercept him. Some of the High Lords even used the chance to launch surprise attacks, preventing Sherfong from using any of his skills or spells. He could only rely on combat techniques, which were faster, to defend himself. As the battle progressed, Sherfong grew increasingly familiar with using basic combat techniques in combat. Initially, he had only been able to execute a basic combat technique perfectly once every dozen or so moves, but he gradually reduced that to 5 or 6 moves. As he did, his fight against the 3-headed demon wolves became easier. Now, even his normal attacks were stronger than the level 124 Grand Lords. In fact, Sherfong began to gain the advantage against the 2 3-headed demon wolves and several hundred ice demon wolves as the battle continued. Aqua Rose and the others also improved with flying speed. At first, their fight with the demon wolves had been arduous, and Versailles had had to rescue them from time to time. However, they began to learn how to use their environment, and now all of their movements resembled combat techniques. The team continued to train for 5 consecutive days. During that time, they traveled between the Demon Wolf Den and the Extraordinary Tower. Not only had all of the team members reached the Ascension Realm standard in the end, but Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose had also created customized bronze combat techniques. Everyone had also leveled with astonishing speed. The Demon Wolf Den's monsters didn't drop loot, but they did grant abundant EXP. In addition, Shifeng had sent the personal guards to clear out a portion of the den while everyone trained. As a result, the team members had leveled twice during the past 5 days. Unfortunately, due to the demon god, Atlok's soul curse, Shifeng had lost one of the 2 levels he had earned. Hence, he had only reached level 118. Sure enough, my combat power has risen considerably after integrating basic combat techniques with my movements. Overall, both my offense and defense have improved. If I can do the same with advanced combat techniques, I might be able to transcend tiers, Shifeng thought as he fought 3 three-headed demon wolves simultaneously. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After 5 days of frantic training, he had finally merged basic combat techniques with his movements. Now he could effortlessly execute a basic combat technique with every action. As a result, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, and he could now pass the 90th step on the Extraordinary Tower's 2nd floor staircase. However, he still hit a roadblock on the 96th step during his fight with 3 black swordsmen. If he wished to defeat them, he'd have to become as powerful as the black swordsmen, integrating advanced combat techniques in his movements. Unfortunately, the feat was too difficult to accomplish as he was. Advanced combat techniques consumed a lot more stamina and concentration than basic combat techniques. They were also far more complex. Executing an advanced combat technique normally was already a challenge. Trying to use one with every action was beyond Shifeng right now. Guild leader, we're almost out of time. If we don't hurry to the Western continent now, Wonder won't make it for the family competition, Aqua Rose announced when she realized Shifeng was engrossed in his fight. It's already time? Shifeng felt as if time had passed too quickly. All right, let's get ready to return then. Chapter 2600, Monstrous Upstarts, West Continent, Frost Hills, Azure City. Chapter 2600, Monstrous Upstarts, West Continent, Frost Hills, Azure City. As a guild city in a level 90 neutral map, Azure City played a transitional role for many of the Winter Empire's players as they prepared to travel to level 100+ maps, including the fact that the city's ruling guild, the Azure Chamber of Commerce, was one of trade and business. The city had become the largest trade hub in the Empire. Many players and powers traveled to Azure City on business, and the city enjoyed easily over 5 million visitors per day. A long line of players had formed at the city gates, waiting to enter, and from time to time, they saw gigantic flying mounts pass overhead, making the ordinary players in line jealous. Azure City is amazing. I've never seen flying mounts in other guild cities, yet so many have passed by while I've been in line. An independent, level 103 berserker exclaimed as he watched a 2-headed vulture soar past. There are usually quite a few flying mounts coming and going from Azure City every day, but there seem to be far more today. I've heard that Azure is hosting the competition for its younger generation and has invited several powers to watch. I assume those flying mounts belong to the invited powers' upper echelons, a level 108 youth wearing a guild emblem explained. A competition among Azure's younger generation? The comment confused the berserker. What's so great about that? Isn't it just a PvP tournament between a bunch of unknown upstarts? It's not even a competition between peak experts. Yet all of these powers are attending with such fanfare. I take it you don't know much about Azure. Azure is a veteran guild run by multiple families. Its main shareholders make their living through virtual reality games. Unlike the various superpowers experts, who generally start training only after turning 15 or 16, Azure's younger generation start their training during childhood. They're all astonishingly strong, far stronger than the various superpowers ordinary experts. Some of them are even stronger than the superpowers peak experts, the elementalist youth explained, rolling his eyes. Moreover, this competition revolves around combat standards and techniques. You can learn plenty just by watching the fight. Why else would Azure's partnered powers bother showing up? I bet most of them have brought their younger talents to watch as well. I heard that this year is going to be extraordinary. Many of Azure's younger members have been training with Violet's sword. A few days ago, Violet's sword even announced that someone from Azure's younger generation fought Wild Fighter, one of the vice commanders for the Chamber's strongest trump card, to a standstill. Violet's sword's upper echelons were stunned. A level 110, tier 3 swordsman wearing a guild emblem similar to the elementalist youth said, "Fought Wild Fighter to a standstill? Who are you trying to fool?" Wild Fighter is one of the top 30 players on the God's Domain experts list. The independent Berserker protested, skeptical. Wild Fighter has been famous for over a decade and is a publicly acknowledged monster. I've heard that Wild Fighter can hold his ground against a level 110 mythic monster by himself. How could one of Azure's youngsters possibly fight him to a standstill? Almost every Berserker player on the Western continent knew about Wild Fighter. For many Berserkers, he was a goal and idol. Naturally, this level 103 Berserker was no exception. This is insider information. One of my friends is a core member in Violet Sword, the level 110 swordsman argued. I wish I could watch the competition too. Who knows? It might give me an idea of how to grow stronger. One-on-one duels between peak experts were rare, and even when they happened, the various superpowers kept a tight lid on the matter. Ordinary players only got to watch peak experts in action when the various major powers or superpowers waged war against each other. However, large-scale battles weren't as useful when trying to improve one's combat standards. Peak experts typically relied on their incredibly high basic attributes to overwhelm their opponents. They rarely used complex techniques in battle. When peak experts met on the battlefield, their fights were rarely one-on-one. To put it simply, opportunities to watch two peak experts rely on techniques in a duel were invaluable. Many players spent big bucks to spectate. While these several players chatted amongst themselves, a sharp cry rang through the air, echoing throughout the area. Everyone turned to find the source of this cry, spotting a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters. The bird of prey was shrouded in a black fog as it drew closer to Azure City. Crap, that's Violet Sword's Netherflame Eagle. Violet Sword is attending the competition too? What a powerful aura. That eagle is nearly as strong as a Grand Lord. Nearly? I've heard that the Netherflame Eagle can take down Grand Lords of the same level. Very few flying mounts in the East are as powerful. Awe flashed in everyone's eyes as they spoke about the flying mount above. A flying mount that rivaled Grand Lords of the same level was incredibly useful. As long as players had high enough DPS and that flying mount, killing Grand Lords in the fields with a small team was entirely possible. Furthermore, the Netherflame Eagle was fast enough to save players plenty of travel time. As everyone discussed the flying mount, the Netherflame Eagle blurred as it flew to Azure's residence within the city. When the massive flying mount landed, over a dozen people jumped off its back. They were all level 111, except for the white-haired old man that remained seated. He had already reached level 112. Violet's sword has taught you everything you need to know. I hope you won't disgrace the guild's good name. If you fail, you'd better not mention that I taught you. You won't get a second chance to train with Violet's sword, either. The white-haired elder indifferently warned his travel companions. Don't worry, Instructor Tori. We'll show the Long family how foolish they've been to decline your training. A silver-eyed, blue-haired youth with a great sword slung across his back respectfully promised. Good. I will be waiting in Holy Flame City. Do not disappoint your elders or me. the white-haired elder said, nodding. His gaze held a hint of warmth as he looked down at the blue-haired boy. Atop his nether-flame eagle, the white-haired elder left the city. Meanwhile, the blue-haired youth's group immediately attracted the attention of Azure's members and upper echelons. Fifth uncle, they've clearly grown a lot stronger during their training, especially Solitary Frost. I still can't believe he fought Wild Fighter to a standstill. I've also heard that he has a favorable view of Yen Xiaoqian, and she has made great progress with her training. They won't be easy opponents, Burning Owl cautioned, astonished as he watched the group of youths in the middle of the plaza. Burning Owl had thought he had a chance of securing one of the top 3 positions in the upcoming competition, but after seeing the other family's experts return from their training with Violet Sword, his confidence started to waver. Let's hope Silk Moon has improved as well. Otherwise, our family might struggle to rank among the top 3, Long Wushang agreed, frowning. The Long family didn't expect to earn first place in this competition. The gap between their younger members' strength and the other family's participants was simply too large. Solitary Frost, in particular, was on an entirely different level, and many of the others had already reached the Void Realm. Silk Moon, the Long family's most talented combat player among the Long family's younger generation, was the family's last hope. Just as Solitary Frost's group was about to leave the plaza, and the crowd was about to disperse, everyone heard a loud humming from above the city, causing quite the commotion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, what's that sound? Is some kind of special event about to happen in Azure City? Everyone was curious about the humming sound, with many players emerging from hotels and bars to get a better look at its source. When everyone found the sound's origin, however, they were all dumbfounded. 100-meter-long, steel behemoth flew toward the city as they watched. What's going on? Is that a flying ship? Chapter 2601, Zero Wings Arrival, Competition Begins. Chapter 2601, Zero Wings Arrival, Competition Begins. The flying ship's arrival startled Azure City's players. Many of the powers that had come to watch Azure Chamber of Commerce's competition were stunned. Aside from how rare flying ships were in God's domain, its colossal size was shocking enough. Flying mounts, which most players thought were gigantic, looked like children in comparison. Which power owns that flying ship? Doesn't showing up like this seem like grandstanding? Has a super guild come to watch the competition? Azure City's players fell into heated discussions as they watched the rapidly approaching flying ship. The various Powers members who had come to spectate Azure's competition were especially taken aback. Everyone wanted to know who owned the airborne vessel. Flying Mount's aerial combat power was nothing compared to that of a flying ship. Such a vessel was also stronger than Flying Mount's in other aspects. A flying ship could instantly elevate any ordinary guild's standing in God's domain. The guild's main force might even develop as quickly as the main force from a first-rate guild. While everyone discussed the ship's arrival, the flying ship drifted to a stop above the plaza in Azure's residence. When it landed, everyone eagerly stared at the ship's hatch, overcome with curiosity. Several cloaked players, all of whom had concealed their information and appearances, disembarked. One woman, however, wasn't wearing a black cloak. Rather, she wore luxurious, dark blue mage robes and instantly became the center of attention in the plaza. Players didn't just stare because of her powerful aura. Everyone was also astonished that she had actually reached level 113. She was the highest-leveled player they had ever seen. The white-haired elder from Violet Sword had already reached level 112. Yet this woman surpassed him by 1 level. She was obviously an extraordinary expert. Silent Wonder? Isn't she from the Long family? A level 110, Tier 3 ranger who had come to watch the competition, wondered when he saw her statistics. Since when did the Long family have a relationship with such an astounding power? To think that, aside from the Zeus Corporation, the Long family has the support of such a powerful entity. It's no wonder why the Long family isn't afraid of the Zeus Corporation. The various spectating powers' upper echelons were surprised when they saw Silent Wonder. They had never considered that the Long family would have such a powerful foundation. For a time, these upper echelons reconsidered their views of the Long family. What grandeur! They actually arrived in a flying ship. Long Wushang, who watched from within Azure's residence, clicked his tongue as Zero Wing's members emerged from the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship was Zero Wing's symbol in the east, just as the Netherflame Eagle was Violet Sword's. Only, since information between the two main continents was restricted, few powers in the west knew about the flying ship. Isn't this great, Fifth Uncle? At the very least, our momentum isn't any slower than the others, Burning Owl said, smiling. Violet Sword was too overbearingly famous. The fact that the Super Guild had escorted Solitary Frost's group to Azure City atop a Netherflame Eagle was enough to sway Azure's neutral elders and grand elders. Some had even initiated negotiations with Solitary Frost's and his companions' families. What's the point of this meaningless display now? Actions speak louder than words in the end. Long Wushang disdainfully dismissed. Zero Wing might have a lot of influence on the eastern continent, but the same couldn't be said in the west. Meanwhile, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's main area of development lay in the west, which was also the Zeus Corporation's home ground. Zero Wing couldn't do anything to help Azure. Little Qian, your opponent has finally arrived, a level 111. Tier 3 female assassin announced, glancing at Yen Xiaoqian. By the looks of it, she's grown a lot stronger. You have a tough fight against her. A tough fight? Yen Xiaoqian only rolled her eyes. Calmly, she said, her alchemy techniques might be stronger, but she's no match for me in combat. The Long family's only decent fighter is Silk Moon. If she hasn't grown stronger since we last met, taking second place in this competition will be a breeze. Yen Xiaoqian's comment had been firm and without any hint of arrogance. She had said it as if it was just a normal fact. The female assassin didn't argue with her friend. What Yen Xiaoqian had said was true, after all. Their combat standards had considerably improved during their training with Violet Sword, and she had to admit that the veteran Super Guild was impressive. The Azure Chamber of Commerce was no match for Violet Sword when it came to nurturing experts. During Violet Sword's training, Yen Xiaoqian had grown tremendously. Many of Violet Sword's old monsters had even praised her for her talent. Now, she was only half a step away from the domain realm, and many of Violet Sword's old monsters were certain that she'd reach the realm soon. On the other hand, while Silent Wonder was an amazing alchemist, her combat talent was subpar in comparison. She hadn't even reached the Void Realm before the previous competition. Even if Zero Wing were capable and helped Silent Wonder reach the Void Realm since, that wouldn't change anything. Even between Void Realm experts, there was a massive difference in strength. While the female assassin and Yen Xiaoqian conversed, a middle-aged man with a chilling aura and pale complexion approached. This man was Duan Hans Han, the strongest member of the Duan family's second generation. Xiaoqian, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. We just received news that Silk Moon won't be attending the competition for some reason. Nobody can get in touch with her. The entire Long family is panicking over the matter, Duan Hans Han interjected. Silk Moon isn't coming? Doesn't that mean the Long family is finished? The female assassin asked. Silk Moon was the Long family's last hope of securing one of the top 3 positions in this competition. If she had succeeded in earning one of those positions, the Long family would have retained its reputation. However, now that Silk Moon couldn't make it, the Long family had a bleak future ahead. The Long family currently held the right to rule the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but the younger generation would determine the guild's future. If the Long family successors weren't up to the task, who would trust the family to run Azure? Soon, Both the Zeus Corporation and the Chamber's various shareholder families would use the Long family's ineptitude as an excuse to reclaim Azure's ruling rights. That's why all of you need to perform well. We mustn't allow any member of the Long family to take one of the top 3 positions. This isn't just the family's requirement, but the Zeus Corporation's as well. As long as you succeed, you will all have another opportunity to train with Violet Sword, Duan Han said seriously. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU top 3? Doesn't that only leave Burning Owl as a threat? The female assassin surmised, turning to look at the distant Burning Owl, who wore an ugly expression. Burning Owl was undoubtedly a peak expert. None of them had been a match for his combat standards in the past, but after training with Violet Sword, the 5 individuals from the various shareholder families had joined the ranks of peak experts. Moreover, they had engaged in live combat against a large number of Violet Sword's peak experts. If Burning Owl was their only opponent, the group had a high chance of securing all 3 top positions in this competition. Once they succeeded, they'd all be able to return to Violet Sword, making this an incredibly valuable opportunity. Their training with Violet Sword had cost a lot of manpower and resources, a cost that the Azure Chamber of Commerce couldn't currently afford. If not for the Zeus Corporation's request, Violet Sword wouldn't have bothered training them at all. Time is almost up. Let's head to the arena, Duan Han said after taking a look at the time. He then led Yen Xiaoqian and the female assassin toward the battle arena in the heart of Azure City. Chapter 2602, Stage Struggle, Silent Wonders Decision Azure City, Battle Arena. Chapter 2602, Stage Struggle, Silent Wonders Decision Azure City, Battle Arena. With the Azure Chamber of Commerce hosting its annual competition, many of Azure City's players had swarmed the battle arena in hopes of watching the battle. However, Azure had stationed several thousand experts around the building to stop the flood of approaching players. Azure had no intention of allowing uninvited players to view the competition. As the various invited powers entered the battle arena, the uninvited public grew envious. Although Azure City's battle arena was much smaller than the one in Stone Forest City, its interior had been magnificently decorated. Even Sherfong was a little impressed as he entered the building's main lobby. The main lobby had been paved with mana ore, and the instant he stepped inside, the mana he felt was considerably denser than outside. Moreover, artisans had carved all sorts of images into the lobby's walls. These engravings might not seem special to ordinary players, but players who knew combat techniques would easily recognize them. Every engraved image depicted a different combat technique. Of course, these combat techniques were incomplete. Learning techniques from these engravings would be many times more difficult than learning them from complete legacies. It would take an absolute genius to learn anything from these carved walls. From what Sherfong could tell, anyone that mastered these incomplete combat techniques would gain a massive strength boost. Most of these incomplete techniques were advanced rank or higher. Following an NPC, Sherfang's group soon arrived in the largest arena within Azure City's battle arena. The room could easily accommodate over 10,000 spectators, and all of the stages within had been made with mana Oregon. On these stages, players would be able to exhibit extraordinary combat power, making their fights far more interesting. By the time Sherfang's group reached their seats, most had already been filled. The majority of the spectators were either talented newcomers from the various powers or Azure's core members. Excitement filled the air as everyone watched Azure's younger members approach the center stage, one after another. We already know who's taking first place, but I wonder who'll earn second place. I think Vice Guild Leader Burning Owl from the Long family has a high chance. He's already been acknowledged as the 3rd strongest member of Azure's younger generation. I've also heard that he's recently mastered an advanced footwork technique, so he should have grown significantly stronger. Burning Owl might have been strong before, but times have changed. There's a rumor that quite a few members from the other families have reached the Void Realm. I think Burning Owl will have a hard time claiming one of the top 3 spots. All of the spectators had their guesses of who would secure the competition's second place. Everyone was certain that there were 6 candidates that could vie for the position, and all 6 had reached the Void Realm. However, nobody was certain which of these 6 candidates would succeed. After all, players could gain a massive amount of combat power from a single moment of inspiration once they had reached the Void Realm. Hence, all 6 candidates had a chance of taking second place. While the audience chatted amongst themselves, a middle-aged man in light gray leather armor with 2 long swords across his back took his place on the center stage. This man didn't look very old. At most, he should be in his 40s. His aura wasn't all that intimidating, either. On the contrary, his aura was as calm as the surface of a lake on a summer day. When he took the stage, however, the arena fell silent. Crap, he's presiding over the competition this time. The GCPs it cost to watch this competition were really well spent. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man, their eyes glowed with excitement. This man was Sinful Flame, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's strongest member. It was rumored that he could even fight Netherworld Empire's #1 assassin and the commander of Mythology's strongest trump card legion to a standstill. He even ranked as one of the top 10 experts on the God's Domain Experts list. Sinful Flame rarely appeared in public and generally focused on training for his rematch against Netherworld's assassin and Mythology's commander. With such a mythical individual before them, how could the crowd contain their excitement? Furthermore, during Azure's annual competitions, the first-place winner had the privilege of fighting the host. This meant that the audience would get to watch Sinful Flame in action. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. I won't bore you with nonsense. During past competitions, we have chosen 6 members from the first phase to participate in the main event. However, Azure has gained much over the last year. As many as 7 of our members have reached the Void Realm and beyond. Rather than the usual 6, we will choose 8 individuals to participate in the main event this year. Sinful Flame announced, glancing at the youngsters before him. Any of you who wish to challenge yourselves may begin, but because we have quite a few who have reached the Flowing Water Realm, every member may only challenge 2 opponents, instead of the usual 3. Choose wisely. When Sinful Flame finished his opening statement, the central stage split into 8 smaller stages, each with a 60-yard radius. It gave Tier 3 players more than enough room to display their skills. In addition, the same rules applied to every stage. All players' basic attributes would be equalized. This would ensure that the fighters had to rely on their combat standards to win. Once the 8 stages settled in place, Solitary Frost and the other Void Realm or higher experts split up, choosing a stage. The other members from the various families hesitated to approach the 8th stage, however. Solitary Frost's team of 7 clearly had incredibly high combat standards, but the rest of the participating members had only reached the Flowing Water Realm. Challenging these 7 would only result in one outcome: defeat. None of them were foolish enough to waste their 2 challenge opportunities. If they took the 8th stage, however, they'd be forced to face numerous opponents. While they might be able to secure consecutive wins, every battle would expose more of their strength. This, in turn, would reduce their chances of winning. Why isn't anybody taking the 8th stage? Sinful Flame demanded. Aside from the usual rewards the guild has prepared for the top 3 victors, the Zeus Corporation has promised to send the top 8 fighters to train in Violet Sword's magical secret land. You should all cherish this opportunity. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU with that, excitement flashed in the participating players' eyes. Violet Sword occupied a magical secret land that came with a training ground that had survived since ancient times. Although training in this secret land wouldn't be as beneficial as their prior training with Violet Sword, it could help players rapidly improve. If they could spend some time in that secret land, breaking through to the Void Realm would be entirely possible. They might even become an elder in the guild. Suddenly, Every one of these players made a mad dash for the 8th stage. Is second sister holding back? Burning Owl wondered in confusion as he glanced at Silent Wonder, who remained still even after the announcement. While everyone fought over the final stage, Silent Wonder turned and walked toward the first stage, where Solitary Frost waited. Chapter 2603. Overestimating Oneself? Chapter 2603. Overestimating Oneself? That's Solitary Frost's stage. Why is Silent Wonder going there? She's going to challenge Solitary Frost. Challenge Solitary Frost? Is she insane? The players that had been competing for the 8th stage paused, watching Silent Wonder approach the first stage. They were all curious to see what she planned to do. Second sister? Even Burning Owl was confused as he watched. Even if Silent Wonder wanted to secure one of the top 8 positions, she shouldn't have started with Solitary Frost. Solitary Frost had always been stronger than the rest of Azure's younger generation, and now, after his training with Violet Sword, he was on a completely different level. Anyone that challenged Solitary Frost would only waste one of their opportunities. Yan Xiaoqian was just as astonished as she watched Silent Wonder from her position on the second stage. She might not have been surprised to see the Long family's Silk Moon challenge Solitary Frost, since she would actually have a chance of winning. But why would Silent Wonder challenge that monster of a player? This competition wasn't like the previous alchemy competition. They weren't fighting monsters this time, and superior levels and equipment couldn't help Silent Wonder here. On these 8 stages, everyone's basic attributes would be the same. Players would have to rely on their combat standards and techniques to win. Silent Wonder could never be a match for Solitary Frost in these aspects. Meanwhile, the audience was in an uproar as it watched Silent Wonder. The Long family's elders, and Grand Elders in particular, anxiously sat on the edge of their seats. They had, more or less, given up any hope of securing one of the top 3 spots. They only hoped that Burning Owl could hold 4th place, and Silent Wonder would make it into the top 8. They could, to a certain extent, avoid embarrassment if 2 of their representatives ranked among the top 8 fighters. Whether or not the Long family retained its ruling rights over the Azure Chamber of Commerce would depend on Silent Wonder's obedience in training with Violet Sword. As long as she did, the Zeus Corporation would stop meddling in Azure's affairs, and the family would be safe. And yet, the foolish girl was about to waste one of her challenge opportunities on Solitary Frost. "That girl is quite brave," Sinful Flame muttered, praising Silent Wonder as she stepped onto the first stage. Solitary Frost, on the other hand, showed no appreciation for Silent Wonder's courage. Rather, he seemed to look down on her. "To challenge me directly, it seems you've improved quite a bit in Zero Wing. Wonder," Solitary Frost said coldly. The selection for the 8 finalists had just begun, yet Silent Wonder had chosen to challenge him now. If she were truly powerful, she would be more than capable of facing off against him in the main event. By choosing him now, she was declaring to every player in the arena that he was an easy opponent. Essentially, she was trying to humiliate him. "MHM, I have indeed improved in Zero Wing, so I'd like to test my limits on you," Silent Wonder honestly replied, nodding. "I guess you're serious, then," Solitary Frost reasoned, his anger subsiding as he realized that Silent Wonder wanted to fight him in earnest, not make fun of him. His expression shifted, becoming serious, and he pulled the silver, great sword from its sheath across his back. "In that case, show me how much you've grown in your little guild." "Thank you." Silent Wonder offered the words of gratitude, knowing Solitary Frost would take her seriously. "There's no need for that. I appreciate all true challengers. I hope you won't disappoint me. During my training with Violet Sword, only Yan Xiaoqian withstood a few of my moves. The rest of our generation was too boring and weak to make me work for my victory," Solitary Frost said. By the time Solitary Frost finished his last statement, Sinful Flame had arrived in the center of the stage. "Since you both agree, let the match begin," the older man announced after taking a good look at the two youngsters. A roar of excitement swept through the spectator stands when the crowd heard Sinful Flame announce the start of the match. They had never thought Solitary Flame would take Silent Wonder's challenge seriously, and they couldn't contain their enthusiasm. And here I thought I'd have to wait until the main event to watch a Solitary Frost and Burning Owl duke it out. Thanks to Silent Wonder, I'll get to watch Solitary Frost in a serious battle now. I wonder how many minutes Silent Wonder will last. Minutes? Aren't you giving her a little too much credit? I doubt even Burning Owl will last more than 10 moves against Solitary Frost. The various Powers members had heard plenty about Solitary Frost. Many of them had even come just to see how powerful the boy, who had fought the famous Wild Fighter to a standstill, was. Wild Fighter was a legend among berserkers, and getting a chance to see such an individual in action was almost impossible. However, if Solitary Frost fought with all he had, they could get a feel for how strong Wild Fighter was. Once Sinful Flame had initiated the match on the first stage, Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder moved to their designated positions and prepared for battle. I've heard that Yan Xiaoqian used to consider you a rival. In that case, I'll use the same move that defeated her against you. I hope you're ready. Solitary Frost wanted Silent Wonder, who stood 40 yards away. Suddenly, the young man split into 4 clones of himself. All 4 figures were identical and radiated similar auras, making them impossible to tell apart. The doppelgangers then split up and surrounded Silent Wonder. Are you kidding me? Solitary Frost is using 4 absolute phantoms so soon? The female Tier 3 assassin said from one of the other 7 stages, her jaw dropping as she watched Solitary Frost treat Silent Wonder as a true opponent. Yan Xiaoqian, who stood on the stage next to Solitary Frost's, revealed a grim expression as well. Solitary Frost's 4 absolute phantoms was an incredible challenge to overcome for magical class players like her. The 4 doppelgangers weren't altogether fakes. One could only deal damage to Solitary Frost by attacking all 4 at once, and that wasn't the move's most frightening aspect. The true danger lay in the fact that Solitary 9 could control all of his doppelgangers with as much precision as he controlled his own body. Using doppelgangers in combat was immensely difficult in God Underscrest domain. Controlling 2 bodies simultaneously would even reduce a peak expert's combat power. Ordinary domain realm experts would be lucky if they could control 3 bodies without sacrificing some of their performance. However, Solitary Frost could control all 4 doppelgangers without reducing any of their combat power. Of course, landing an attack against a domain realm expert without using a skill or spell was just as difficult. Domain realm experts could perceive all movement within their vicinity after all. Relying on their keen senses, they could preemptively evade and launch counterattacks. Fighting Solitary Frost's 4 absolute phantoms would be as challenging as facing 4 domain realm experts simultaneously. For peak experts, this move was an absolute nightmare. And once a magical class player allowed a melee player, especially a domain realm expert, to move within attack range, it was game over. Amazing! Silent Wonder exclaimed, admiring Solitary Frost's perfect control. Face my 4 absolute phantoms. Silent Wonder's admiration wouldn't slow Solitary Frost down, and his 4 doppelgangers encircled their opponent, rapidly closing in. While Solitary Frost's doppelgangers drew closer, Silent Wonder began to wave her staff. 4 ice walls shot up from the stage around her, protecting her from all sides. Ice walls? She doesn't actually think such a low-tier defensive spell can stop Solitary Frost's attack, does she? The female assassin couldn't help but laugh. The spell Ice Wall could only be enhanced to Tier 2. It wasn't anywhere near strong enough to stop a Tier 3 player's full-powered attack. The spell wouldn't even buy Silent Wonder any time. Boring. Silent Wonder's opening move disappointed Solitary Frost a little, but he didn't pause his assault. He immediately cancelled his 4 absolute phantoms before brandishing his greatsword. The weapon transformed into 3 identical copies before converging on the ice wall before him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU combat technique, triple heavy slash. Boom! As the great sword crashed into the ice wall, a deafening boom filled the arena. How is that possible? Solitary Frost was stunned when his attack failed to deal any damage to the ice wall. Moreover, the recoil had left both of his arms numb, as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall. Chapter 2604. Fully Unlocked Mana Body. Chapter 2604. Fully unlocked mana body. The audience was befuddled when they saw Solitary Frost's attack come to a grinding halt. It didn't break, but isn't it only a Tier 2 defensive spell? Did Solitary Frost mess up his attack? The players in the spectator stands were all extremely familiar with the spell, Ice Wall. Before players had reached Tier 3, Elementalists had used the spell to help protect their MTs from Great Lord ranked bosses' attacks. However, both Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder were both bona fide Tier 3 players. Although their basic attributes had been equalized, they both had the attributes of Tier 3 players. A Tier 2 Ice Wall could, at most, buffer a Tier 3 attack. It shouldn't be able to stop such a blow, let alone one empowered with a combat technique. A Tier 2 Ice Wall can actually stop a Tier 3 Berserker's combat technique at full strength. Burning Owl was just as confused as everyone else after seeing Silent Wonder's ice wall intact. He had fought Tier 3 Elementalists himself, but when they had used Ice Wall against him, the spell hadn't even stopped his normal attacks. He had tested this multiple times and never once failed to shatter an Ice Wall. Meanwhile, Yen Xiaoqian stared at Silent Wonder in astonishment. "Mana!" Yen Xiaoqian exclaimed, sensing the dense mana radiating from Silent Wonder. She's already unlocked her mana body's full potential. Yen Xiaoqian wasn't the only magical class player to notice the sudden spike in mana around Silent Wonder. The only explanation any of them could think of was that the Elementalist had fully unlocked her mana body. She actually unlocked her mana body. Amazing! Not even the super guilds have any members with a fully unlocked mana body yet. It seems my trip here wasn't in vain. I'll get to watch an expert with a fully unlocked mana body in battle. Everyone in the spectator stands began to talk about Silent Wonder. Their opinions of her had all changed. Rather than seeing her as just another member of Azure's younger generation, they saw her as a true powerhouse. Ha ha ha. Good. Wonderful. We might actually have a chance of claiming one of the top 3 positions now. Long Wushang, who sat among the audience, laughed joyously as he watched Silent Wonder. After failing to contact Silk Moon, the Long family had given up any hope of securing one of the top 3 positions in this competition. Now that they knew Silent Wonder had unlocked her mana body's full potential, however, securing one of those spots was almost certain. There was a massive strength difference between an expert with a fully unlocked mana body and one without. Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies were almost half a tier stronger than ordinary Tier 3 experts. Every participant in this competition, excluding Solitary Frost, had at most reached the Void Realm. Although Silent Wonder had only reached the half-step Void Realm standard, she could easily defeat Void Realm experts with this advantage. Not even Yen Xiaoqian, who was only a step away from the Void Realm, would be a match for her. You fully unlocked your mana body. Solitary Frost's fighting spirit flared, a passionate flame dancing in his eyes when he looked at Silent Wonder behind the ice walls. It's no wonder why you were bold enough to challenge me. I've never fought an expert with a fully unlocked mana body, so show me how powerful it truly is. The Berserker raised his greatsword and leaped into the air, aiming for the one area where Silent Wonder didn't have an ice wall's protection. Advanced combat technique, 7 consecutive flashes. The great sword transformed into 7 streaks of light, covering the entire area within the ice walls and leaving Silent Wonder no room to dodge. In response, Silent Wonder used Blink, immediately appearing 30 yards away and evading Solitary Frost's attack. With a wave of her staff, she then summoned over a dozen magical arrays around her opponent. The arrays released a barrage of flame spears, each with enough power to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. As if Solitary Frost had anticipated this move, he tightened his grip on his great sword and twisted in the air. Tier 3 skill, Berserk Dance. Solitary Frost rapidly rotated in the air, his great sword leaving arcs of crimson light in its wake that blocked the incoming flame spears. He executed Berserk Dance with over a 90% completion rate even from that position. Is he a monster? Shocked, Burning Owl stared at the crimson sword lights surrounding Solitary Frost. While Tier 3 skills were quite powerful, achieving a high completion rate with them was very difficult. Even as a Void Realm expert, Burning Owl could only execute the Tier 3 Berserk Dance with around an 85% completion rate, and that was only with optimal conditions. Despite activating the skill in midair, however, Solitary Frost's completion rate was over 90%. Meanwhile, just as Solitary Frost was about to land, earthen spikes shot up from the ground below him. A 2-pronged assault? That might be useful against peak experts, but it will do nothing against Solitary Frost, the female assassin standing on the nearby stage said, sneering at the magical attack. A domain realm expert could perceive everything within their surroundings. Even a perfectly timed ambush would be useless against such an expert. The instant they took action, the targeted domain realm expert would discover the attack. Still calm, the berserker brandished his great sword and shattered the first round of earthen spikes. He then used his momentum to evade the second wave of spikes. Landing, Solitary Frost used Flame Charge, dashing toward Silent Wonder. Rather than make a beeline for his target, however, he combined a complex footwork technique with his charge. The berserker split into 6 afterimages, rushing toward Silent Wonder from different directions. Advanced footwork, mirage steps. His execution was flawless, and the afterimages were impossible to tell apart. In a fraction of a second, he was within 15 yards of the elementalist. It's over. Your mana body might have tremendously increased your casting speed and power, but you lack control of your surroundings. You still can't use your advantage to its fullest. Solitary Frost roared as he moved within 10 yards of Silent Wonder. He then swung his great sword. Tier 3 taboo skill, Triple Flame Scythe. 3 flaming crescents threaten to devour Silent Wonder with even more power than that of a Grand Lord of the same level. But just before the attack landed, a gigantic, crimson magic array appeared beneath Silent Wonder's and Solitary Frost's feet. The instant the array completed, a towering pillar of fire exploded forth. Not only did the flame swallow the 3 flaming crescents, but it devoured Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What? A 3-pronged attack. She actually hit a red lotus of fire beneath her. Yan Shaoqian could not believe her eyes as she stared at the raging pillar of fire before her. Yan Shaoqian had assumed her rival had only prepared a 2-pronged attack. She had never dreamed that Silent Wonder would use herself as bait to lure Solitary Frost into the red lotus of fire, a Tier 3 curse. After 3 seconds, the flaming pillar subsided, revealing Solitary Frost's charred corpse on the stage. Although Silent Wonder hadn't emerged from her own attack unscathed, she still had 1/3 of her HP remaining due casting Flame shield earlier. I might not have a good grasp on my surroundings, but when it comes to power and technique, I'm much stronger than you. Silent Wonder told the berserker's motionless corpse. From above the stage, a bell rang, signifying the end of the match. At the same time, the system announced Silent Wonder as the victory, momentarily silencing the stunned crowd. Chapter 2605, Spiritualization realm appears once more. Solitary frost lost. Chapter 2605. Spiritualization realm appears once more. Solitary frost lost. This is a joke, right? He even rivals Wild Fighter. A player can become so strong after fully unlocking their mana body. Silent Wonders. Victory flabbergasted everyone. There were quite a few peak experts in the audience, as well as some domain realm experts. Hence, they hadn't had any trouble seeing and understanding what had happened in the battle between Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder. They were certain that Silent Wonder hadn't reached the Void Realm, and there was a massive difference between her and Solitary Frost. Even if her casting speed and spell power had greatly improved, thanks to unlocking her mana body's full potential, logically, Solitary Frost should have been able to bridge the gap by relying on his superior combat standards when their basic attributes were on the same level. In fact, despite not being a match for the Elementalist head-on, Solitary Frost had evaded all of her attacks and targeted Silent Wonder's weak points during the first half of the match. In the end, however, Solitary Frost had still lost. How were they supposed to wrap their minds around this? Second Sister won just like that. Burning Owl was just as stunned as the players in the audience. He had thought that even if Silent Wonder was no match for Solitary Frost, no one else among Azure's younger generation could take on his second eldest sister. With her here, the Long family was practically guaranteed to retain its ruling rights in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. But he hadn't actually expected Silent Wonder to defeat Solitary Frost. Now, the other shareholder families had lost any excuse to threaten the Long family's position. Not even the Zeus Corporation would be able to complain about the family. Excellent. Magnificently done. Long Wushang was elated to see Silent Wonder, still standing on the first stag, never dreamed that she'd be capable of launching a three-pronged attack against Solitary Frost. Not even his third eldest brother, Long Xianglong, would have the leeway to execute such a complex tactic against a domain realm expert. Long Wushang had assumed Silent Wonder would lose the match. He had never expected such a pleasant surprise. With this victory, Silent Wonder was now the strongest member of Azure's younger generation. Even if the Long family lost the Zeus Corporation support, this achievement would ensure that the family wouldn't have to worry about its position in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Now, the family's position was stronger than ever before. Just how did she manage to pinpoint her environment and opponent's behavior? Yan Xiaoqian muttered, staring at Silent Wonder. As a magical class player herself, Yan Xiaoqian knew Silent Wonder hadn't relied on luck to win the match. She had planned every move before the match had even begun. Although magical class players typically predicted their battle's progression beforehand, she had never seen anyone assess their opponent to such an extent. Silent Wonder's final move had been especially eye-opening, since she had taken into account how much damage her Tier 3 course would deal to her and her opponent. It was as if she had orchestrated the entire battle. Silent Wonder looked like a completely different person to Yan Xiaoqian right now. Her rival certainly hadn't shown such abilities during the alchemy competition. While everyone grumbled about their confusion and dissatisfaction over Silent Wonder's marvelous performance, Sinful Flame gazed up at the girl from below the stage, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Is something wrong, Elder Flame?" A Tier 3 guild elder, who acted as the deputy referee for this competition, asked when he saw Sinful Flame's elation. Sinful Flame had seemed bored when he had been tasked to host the family competition this year. He actually found the responsibility annoying, yet he now seemed excited and interested in a younger member of the guild. It was unbelievable. Sinful Flame had been unfazed when he learned that Solitary Frost had reached the domain realm. Silent Wonder, on the other hand, hadn't even gotten that far. Although she had unlocked her mana body's full potential, she shouldn't be impressive enough to attract someone like Sinful Flame's interest. While unlocking one's mana body was a difficult endeavor for ordinary Tier 3 experts, it was only a matter of time for an expert of Sinful Flame's caliber. He was actually quite close to unlocking 100%, and would likely succeed in another 2 weeks or so. Hence, he shouldn't consider fully unlocking one's mana body that much of an achievement. The spiritualization realm. She's reached the spiritualization realm, and she's made considerable progress in it. Sinful Flame declared, "It seems the younger generation is full of exceptional geniuses." The spiritualization realm. The Tier 3 elder was confused. He had no idea what Sinful Flame was going on about. Before the elder could ask, however, Sinful Flame jumped onto the stage and approached Silent Wonder. "Isn't the match over already? What's Elder Flame trying to do? Was there a problem with the match?" The spectators were even more confused to see Sinful Flame on the stage. Normally, the system decided a match's outcome. Its judgment was far more accurate than players, after all. If both opponents died by the end of the match, the system could determine whether they had died at the same time or if there had even been a millisecond between their deaths. No player could do the same. This was why players relied on the main God system to judge all matches in God's domain, barring special circumstances. However, the results of Solitary Frost and Silent Wonder's match was clear. There was no chance either of them could have cheated, since players weren't allowed to use berserk skills or tools on the stage. Players weren't even allowed to use the additional active skills they gained from their weapons and equipment. Hence, there shouldn't be any dispute over the outcome. However, the crowd began to doubt the fact as they watched the famous Sinful Flame take the stage. He would be able to spot far more details than they could after all. Sinful Flame doesn't intend to deny the match's result, does he? The situation began to make Long Wushang nervous. We're talking about the system's judgment. Silent Wonder's performance had involved many surprising aspects. If Sinful Flame had seen some peculiarity, his celebration would have been premature. Could she have actually cheated? In contrast, Duan Hanshan was overjoyed to see Sinful Flame interfere. He had thought his hopes of dethroning the Long family were lost, but it seemed that might not have been the case. While everyone discussed the matter in hushed whispers, Sinful Heart turned away from Silent Wonder and addressed the audience. "Everyone, you have seen the match's outcome for yourselves, so you all know just how powerful Solitary Frost was. Without a doubt, he is the participant in this competition," Sinful Flame said. "Now that Silent Wonder has defeated him, I'm sure you all realize who will win first place. Hence, I have a suggestion. Rather than waste time with the rest of the qualifying matches, why don't we host a more meaningful competition? Indeed, it doesn't make much sense to continue the qualifying matches. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Going straight into the main event isn't a bad idea. It's a pity that the first match was the most interesting. My seat isn't even warm, yet the competition is already over." Every player in the crowd nodded, agreeing to Sinful Flame's suggestion. Since Silent Wonder had proven herself stronger than Solitary Frost, the top 8 positions were as good as decided. Continuing the qualifying matches would be pointless. It would be much more interesting to proceed to the Peak Experts matches. Since Silent Wonder is the undisputed first-place winner of this competition, according to our regulations, I will face her later. How would you all feel about watching that match? Sinful Flame asked the crowd once the audience had agreed to his first suggestion. Chapter 2606. There are many who are stronger than me. Sinful Flame's question shocked every member of the audience. Chapter 2606. There are many who are stronger than me. Sinful Flame's question shocked every member of the audience. What? Sinful Flame is actually eager to fight Silent Wonder? He hadn't seemed very interested in when he had expected to face Solitary Frost. Yet he looks like he's looking forward to the fight with Silent Wonder? Just how strong is she to get a reaction like this from him? Could Sinful Flame intend to learn more about his mana body by fighting Silent Wonder? The man's sudden suggestion took everyone by surprise. Although Silent Wonder's combat power had been astonishing, her combat standards were significantly weaker than Solitary Frost's, not to mention Sinful Flame. The only advantage she had was her fully unlocked mana body. That advantage was also the only reason anyone could think of that would pull such a reaction from Sinful Flame. Even now, no one knew how many experts with fully unlocked mana bodies the various superpowers had, if any. Most of the superpowers Tier 3 experts hadn't even begun to unlock their mana bodies. Of course, one might make some progress if they fought a player who had unlocked their mana body's full potential. What is Sinful Flame thinking? He's challenging a junior. Duan Hanshan could only glare at Sinful Flame, furious over the man's spontaneous act. Silent Wonder's victory over Solitary Frost had already boosted the Long family's prestige. The outcome practically ensured the family would retain its right to rule over Azure. By challenging Silent Wonder, Sinful Flame would only elevate the Long family's reputation further. This would definitely drive many of the guild's neutral elders and grand elders to the Long family side. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoqian stared from a nearby stage, similarly stunned. How did things turn out like this? When at combat, Yan Xiaoqian had always been more talented than Silent Wonder. After training with Violet Sword, she had even grown beyond seeing Silent Wonder as a serious opponent. However, it turned out that she had been seriously overestimating her abilities. Not only was Silent Wonder much stronger than her, but one of Azure's old legendary individuals also wanted to challenge the Elementalist. This won't do. I must stop him. Otherwise, the Long family will become unstoppable in Azure. Duan Hanshan snarled, quickly contacting the competition's deputy referee. Just as the deputy referee, an elder working under the Duan family, was about to interfere, the spectators broke into cheers. You have my support, Sinful Flame. Stop wasting time and get this started. While I wouldn't have minded watching Solitary Frost face Sinful Flame, seeing the old man fight an expert with a fully unlocked mana body will be awesome. This is beyond awesome. This will go down in God's Domain's history as a classic match. We'll get to see them pit power against technique. After their momentary shock over Sinful Flame's proposal, the various spectating powers members fervently voiced their support for his decision. Many people even began to shout, demanding Sinful Flame begin his match against Silent Wonder immediately. Good. Since the audience approves, what of our various elders? Sinful Flame asked, turning to address the various shareholder families' elders and grand elders, who were in the midst of trying to stop him. The audience followed his gaze, staring at the elders and grand elders, silencing them into complacency. If they dared to refuse Sinful Flame, they'd have to answer to everyone in the arena. Damn it, Sinful Flame is insane. Duan Hanshan turned ashen when he heard Sinful Flame's nonchalant question. Forget it. Let them fight, a white-haired old man in black robes said as he approached Duan Hanshan. This isn't necessarily a bad thing in any case. Sinful Flame might have raised that little girl standing, but if he kills her instantly, all of the glory the Long family just gained will be forgotten. Realizing the old man was right, Duan Hanshan and the various families' grand elders stopped trying to object. Since Elder Flame and the audience are so eager, this will be simple, Duan Hanshan said after calming down. He then looked at Sinful Flame and said, However, we need Wonder's agreement first. She just finished a match, and I'm afraid fighting a senior such as yourself so soon after. Sinful Flame nodded in response. His goal was very simple. He wanted to fight Silent Wonder. Some things could only be experienced firsthand, after all. He wanted to face the girl at her peak. However, before Sinful Flame could speak up, a crisp voice interrupted him. I'm fine. Besides, I'd actually enjoy a proper fight against Elder Flame to test the extent of my development, Silent Wonder said. Long Wushang, who watched from the stands, began to grow nervous. Why is this girl so foolish? That old ice demon is clearly provoking her. Anxiously, Long Wushang said, This won't do. I need to warn her. Even if the elders gave Silent Wonder some time to recuperate, it wouldn't be long. And even if she recovered all of the stamina and mana she had used during the prior match, her concentration couldn't recover that quickly. In a battle between high-caliber experts, concentration was more important than anything. Without her full concentration, this match might end as quickly as it began. If that happened, the glory Silent Wonder had earned for her family with her last victory would vanish. Long Wushang didn't have enough time to contact Silent Wonder before Sinful Flame returned his attention to the young woman. However, "Girl, while your fight with Solitary Frost was short, you expended a considerable amount of your concentration. I wish to fight you at your peak. I don't want to fight just for the sake of winning. I won't fight you in such a state. You best take some time to rest," Sinful Flame calmly said. "Please rest assured, Elder Flame. My match with Solitary Frost hadn't cost much effort." "I don't need to rest," Silent Wonder definitively replied. Meanwhile, Solitary Frost, who had just resurrected below the stage, nearly fainted from rage. How arrogant! Silent Wonder was far too cocky. Even the spectating crowd seemed displeased with Silent Wonder's comment. While her match with Solitary Frost hadn't lasted long, it had been a soul-stirring battle, yet Silent Wonder spoke as if she hadn't given it her all. "Well, it's good to be confident, Wonder. I don't want to hear any excuses when you lose too quickly," Duan Hans Han warned her softly. "You worry too much, Elder Hans Han. A loss is a loss. I won't offer any excuses. Moreover, I haven't had enough training. There are many people in the guild who are stronger than me, even though we're the same age. So defeat wouldn't be unusual for me," Silent Wonder said. With her statement hanging in the air, the entire arena fell silent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Silent Wonder is so already strong, yet she's saying that Zero Wing has members that are even stronger and around the same age. A boast. She must be boasting. The various super guilds don't even have many players that can rival Solitary Frost, much less Silent Wonder. That's right, Zero Wing might be quite famous in the East, but it shouldn't be able to nurture talents as well as super guilds. Azure's various shareholder families refused to believe Silent Wonder's claim, glaring contemptuously at her. "Since that is the case, I have a suggestion. Seeing as Wonder's concentration hasn't fully recovered, why don't we send one of Zero Wing's young talents in her place? I'm sure Elder Flame will still benefit. And didn't she just say that her guild has plenty of youngsters that are even stronger than her?" Duan Hans Han suggested, sneering at Silent Wonder. Chapter 2607, Zero Wing's Young Talent? Chapter 2607, Zero Wing's Young Talent? When Duan Hans Han finished speaking, the arena fell silent again. None of them had ever dreamed that he'd suggest such a thing. Vicious. Truly vicious. It'll be very hard for Silent Wonder to take back her claim now. It's her own fault for boasting. She actually gave old Ice Demon a chance to strike. I wonder if she'll stick by what she said? Zero Wing must be freaking out right about now. Azure's various shareholder families snickered at the young woman on the first stage. They acknowledged that she had become much stronger than they were, but excessive bragging was annoying. The family's younger members found it particularly obnoxious. These younger members hadn't had anything against Silent Wonder, but now that she had insulted them, they were eager to watch her make a fool of herself. Meanwhile, excitement shot through the audience like lightning. They couldn't wait to see how Silent Wonder would get herself out of this predicament. This is interesting. Zero Wing is the guild that arrived aboard a flying ship, right? I wonder if Zero Wing is as strong as Silent Wonder claims? If it is, this upcoming match will be quite a spectacle. It's definitely just an empty boast. Silent Wonder will likely fumble as she tries to take back her words. I doubt we'll see a match between Zero Wing and Sinful Flame. Sinful Flame is a legend in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. The fact that he's willing to face one of Azure's up-and-coming talents is already a miracle. He'll likely refuse to fight an outsider. Curious, the audience turned to Sinful Flame. Sinful Flame was quite famous in the virtual gaming world, but he rarely fought other players. The challenge he had issued Silent Wonder was already an incredibly rare opportunity. Trying to convince him to fight an unknown outsider would likely be a major challenge. As everyone expected Sinful Flame to refuse, he turned to Silent Wonder and asked in earnest, "Are you telling the truth?" The crowd turned their gaze to Silent Wonder. This was her chance to retract her previous statement. If she claimed it had been a joke, she could get away with just a little embarrassment, but if she insisted, her prestige would go down the drain. "MHM, it's true. If Elder Flame doesn't mind you, can challenge one of them," Silent Wonder said, nodding. Everyone shook their heads in disapproval. Sinful Flame had given her an opportunity to save herself. Yet she chose to stick with her claim to elevate Zero Wing's reputation. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qian, Silent Wonder must really be insane. Does she think Zero Wing is God? Does she think that just any random young talent can fight Elder Flame? The female Tier 3 assassin said, laughing. However, Yen Xiaoqian, who stood on the stage next to the female assassins, did not respond. She knew that Zero Wing indeed possessed a monster capable of fighting Sinful Flame. That person was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Black Flame was an individual that even Adolf, the light saint of Divine Tribe, had to treat prudently. If Black Flame wished to salvage Zero Wing's reputation, he might actually face Sinful Flame. While Silent Wonder's reply surprised the crowd, Sinful Flame's eyes glowed with excitement. He then turned his gaze toward Zero Wing's members and asked, "May I know if anyone from Zero Wing is willing to take Wonder's place?" Sinful Flame's question hadn't been loud, but every word was laced with determination and power. He was obviously serious, and there was even a hint of anticipation in his tone. What? They're really going to fight? This is interesting. I wonder who Zero Wing will send. I've heard that Zero Wing's guild leader is extremely powerful, despite being relatively young. He is also one of the top 30 experts on the God's Domain experts list. It would be awesome if these two fought each other. The audience was beside itself, all too eager to watch the upcoming match. Everyone looked up to the top 30 experts on the God's Domain experts list. However, most players didn't get the chance to meet these experts, let alone watch a match between two of them. God's Domain was incredibly large, and barring special circumstances, the top 30 experts rarely crossed paths. The various major powers in the spectator stands weren't the only ones curious to see who Zero Wing would send to face Sinful Flame. Duan Hanshan was just as interested. In Duan Hanshan's opinion, the only person Zero Wing could send was Black Flame. During the alchemy competition, Black Flame had shocked everyone with his identity as a Tier 3 Sword King. Even the Long family's Long Xianglong had been forced to admit defeat. Since he had reached Tier 3 far sooner than anyone else, he was incredibly powerful. Based on appearances, Black Flame shouldn't be much older than Silent Wonder. Normally, as Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame wouldn't casually take action, but he might accept Sinful Flame's challenge to protect his guild's reputation. He was, after all, the only member of Zero Wing who could put up a fight. During the time, the Long family and Duan family wondered if Black Flame would make a move. Sherfeng turned to the lithe figure beside him. "Violet, go fight him." "Understood." After a brief conversation, the woman beside Sherfeng bounced down from the spectator stands and onto the stage. She radiated the sacred aura unique to clerics. Is Zero Wing looking down on Sinful Flame? They're sending a cleric to fight? Everyone was shocked as they watched Violet Cloud make her way to join Sinful Flame on the stage. They never thought that Zero Wing would pull such a move. Even Azure's various shareholder families were astonished. Zero Wing was insane. While the cleric class played a role in combat, battle wasn't the class's priority. Sending a cleric against Sinful Flame, Azure's publicly acknowledged strongest member, was a mockery. Although Violet Cloud hid her statistics with a black cloak, she didn't bother to conceal her appearance. Everyone could clearly see that she was much younger than Silent Wonder, still a teenager. Not only had Zero Wing sent a cleric to face Sinful Flame, but she was also just a young girl. This was a blatant insult. Zero Wing is dead for sure now. Even if Silent Wonder's boast is true, does the guild have to send such a young lady to fight? Elder Flame must be furious. The female, Tier 3 assassin covered her eyes with a hand. She could bear to watch what would happen next. Sinful Flame had always been a serious fighter, and to improve his skills, he pushed himself so hard that others thought him a lunatic. One could easily imagine how enraged Sinful Flame must be with Zero Wing mocking his strength. The man would definitely vent his anger out on Violet Cloud with a good beating. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Sinful Flame chose this moment to release his aura, which burst from him, spreading to his surroundings like a powerful tsunami and threatening to devour all in its path. Even Solitary Frost, who stood below the stage, felt suffocated as he bathed in Sinful Flame's aura. So, this is our guild's strongest expert. Solitary Frost could not help his grin when he sensed the elder man's killing intent. Solitary Frost had assumed that he could put up a good fight, even if he couldn't defeat Sinful Flame. In this competition's matches, the fighters' basic attributes were equalized, after all. It would be a match purely involving combat techniques. However, looking at the man now, it seemed he had merely been dreaming. He'd be lucky if he survived a few moves against Sinful Flame, much less put up a good fight. However, despite sensing Sinful Flame's unrestrained aura, Violet Cloud leisurely walked toward the center of the stage, stopping before Sinful Flame. "Shall we begin?" Violet Cloud asked sweetly. Chapter 2608, Match Between Monsters. Chapter 2608, Match Between Monsters. The entire arena momentarily fell silent at Violet Cloud's words, as everyone stared at the cleric girl in astonishment. Is she tired of living? Sinful Flame had already made his dissatisfaction with this upcoming match very clear through his behavior. If not for him serving as the host of this important competition, everyone was certain he would have slaughtered her already. While this was only a fighting competition without any death penalty, Sinful Flame could kill his opponent any way he wanted. Meanwhile, there were plenty of methods he could employ to humiliate Zero Wing. What is Black Flame trying to do? That's Sinful Flame. We'll lose the Independent Elders and Grand Elders' support if we anger him. Without them, how is Wonder supposed to negotiate with the Zeus Corporation? Long Wushang grew nervous as he glanced at Sherfeng, who remained seated calmly in the spectator stands. Silent Wonder's progress up to this point had astounded Long Wushang. However, if they wished to change the Zeus Corporation's mind, they definitely could not do so without the support of Azure's Independent Elders and Grand Elders. Meanwhile, Sinful Flame could be said to be the representative of these Independent Elders and Grand Elders. By sending a cleric to fight Sinful Flame, Zero Wing would not only suffer a humiliating defeat at Sinful Flame's hands, but also thoroughly offend the man. This was the height of foolishness. At this moment, let alone Long Wushang, even the members of the other shareholder families were at a loss for words at this situation. While it might seem a little shameful, Black Flame clearly could have stepped up to fight. In that case, Sinful Flame would enjoy himself thoroughly and more or less support Silent Wonder. However, as if thinking that it hadn't been arrogant enough, Zero Wing had actually sent a young cleric out. The guild had to be tired of living. Meanwhile, as everyone was saying a silent prayer for Violet Cloud, Sinful Flame put some distance between himself and the young cleric. "You attack first. I'll give you only one chance. Let me see whether you are as strong as Wonder said. If you turn out to be a sham, I'll let you have a taste of hell." Sinful Flame said coldly as he looked at Violet Cloud. "I can attack first." Violet Cloud asked strangely. That's right. If your performance doesn't meet my expectations, I'll make you regret ever standing on this stage. Sinful Flame confirmed, nodding. Then I'll really attack now, Violet Cloud said tentatively, seeking confirmation once more. Stop with all the nonsense. I already said I'll let you attack first, so do it. This is your only opportunity. After Violet Cloud repeatedly sought confirmation, Sinful Flame very nearly lost what little patience he had left. However, before Sinful Flame could finish his words, Violet Cloud suddenly took out her staff and started chanting an incantation. Immediately, with Violet Cloud as the center, a silvery gray, twofold magic array appeared on the stage and sucked in a massive amount of mana from the arena. After this phenomenon continued for 3 seconds, the ambient mana inside the venue had become distinctly thinner. Before anyone could react to this drastic change, 22 shadow blades appeared around Violet Cloud, rotating around her and making her look like the goddess of darkness incarnate. The cleric also released a frightening aura rivaling that of mythic monsters of the same level. Everyone inside the arena could sense their basic attributes decreasing rapidly. Is she a monster? What kind of domain skill is this? Aside from my basic attributes, I can also feel my physique getting heavily suppressed. It's as if this entire space is rejecting my existence. Everyone was stunned by this situation. After all, Violet Cloud looked nothing like a sacred cleric now, but more like the embodiment of darkness. Moreover, everyone could clearly sense that the space within the entire arena currently centered around her. It was as if she could decide the life and death of everything inside the venue with just a thought. Before everyone could properly react to this situation, Violet Cloud looked at Sinful Flame, 40 yards away from her, and said, I'll start now. After saying so, she lightly waved her staff. The 22 shadow blades immediately transformed into a black hole that shot towards Sinful Flame. Bronze combat technique, spatial smash. In the next moment, everything in the wake of this black hole was reduced into nothingness. The black hole's destructive power was something not even a mythic monster of the same level could receive. A bronze combat technique. How is this possible? When Duan Hanshan saw this scene, he gaped in shock. It was simply impossible for players to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard just by relying on an ordinary Tier 3 spell. The only explanation for this situation was that Violet Cloud had executed a bronze combat technique. As to why Duan Hanshan assumed the combat technique she used was at the bronze rank instead of the advanced rank, it was because only bronze combat techniques could grant players the power to transcend tiers. However, mastering a bronze combat technique was simply too difficult. In fact, most domain realm experts in the game still hadn't managed to do so. Now, however, a little girl who was only at the Void Realm had actually executed a bronze combat technique successfully. This was simply incredible. At this moment, Solitary Frost was also astonished by the scene. A bronze combat technique. Even until now, he still hadn't managed to master a single bronze combat technique. Yet a little girl much younger than himself had. Moreover, Violet Cloud had even executed her bronze combat technique so perfectly. Now, Sinful Flame's only option was to receive her attack directly. There was simply no way he could dodge that attack of hers. Splendid. When Sinful Flame first saw the approaching black hole, surprise flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, though, excitement replaced that surprise. He swiftly unsheathed the 2 long swords he carried on his back and merged them into a great sword. He then swung the great sword at the empty space before him. Tier 3 taboo skill, Space-Tearing Blade. Advanced combat technique, Quadruple Phantoms. In the next moment, a frightening amount of mana burst out of the great sword. As Sinful Flame swung the great sword, the weapon split into 4 copies of itself before merging once more, the merged weapon cutting apart even space itself. Boom! When sword and black hole collided, a powerful explosion shook the entire arena. For a moment, a violent quake rocked the venue, the intense shockwave sending the players standing below the stage, stumbling several steps back. A 30-yard wide crater also appeared on the mana or stage. To everyone's surprise, though, both Sinful Flame and Violet Cloud emerged unscathed from the clash. Crap! Who is she? She actually stopped a full-powered attack from Elder Flame. Wonder was telling the truth. The members of Azure's various shareholder families goggled in shock when they saw Violet Cloud unharmed. The battle no longer looked like a contest between players. It was practically a battle between two giant monsters. Every one of their actions could shatter space and transform the terrain around them. Impossible. What kind of guild is this Zero Wing? When Duan Hanshan saw Violet Cloud continuously using her shadow blades against Sinful Flame, preventing the latter from approaching her, immense shock filled his heart. Previously, Duan Hanshan viewed Zero Wing merely as a guild seeking to gain the Azure Chamber of Commerce's support. However, Silent Wonder and Violet Cloud were now monstrously strong, despite neither of them having very high combat standards. One wouldn't be able to find such powerful youngsters even in super guilds. This was especially true for Violet Cloud. By relentlessly attacking with her shadow blades, she kept Sinful Flame at least 10 yards away at all times. This was a feat that was impossible even for Duan Hanshan. Yet Violet Cloud, who was only one of Zero Wing's young talents, managed. However, as the fight on the stage intensified, the concentration both sides consumed also grew. This was especially true for Violet Cloud. Her control over her shadow blades started to decline. What a pity. Your understanding of the spiritualization realm is clearly leagues above mine. You have even given me plenty of inspiration. Unfortunately, your mental perception is still too weak. You are incapable of properly taking advantage of your superior understanding and maximizing your combat power. You are also incapable of minimizing your concentration consumption. At this rate, you'll last for at most another dozen seconds or so before being incapacitated, Sinful Flame commented while blocking Violet Cloud's relentless onslaught. This isn't an outcome I wish to see either. Originally, I intended to save this trump card for my rematch against those two people, but I'll give you a taste ahead of time. After saying so, Sinful Flame changed his footwork, his body suddenly splitting into 12 copies of itself. Bronze footwork, Shadow Bray. In the next moment, Sinful Flame's 12 doppelgangers continuously flickered, rendering all of Violet Cloud's attacks ineffective. In the end, she could only watch as he closed in on her. However, as Sinful Flame moved increasingly closer to Violet Cloud, the shadow blades surrounding her suddenly disappeared. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if she had given up on resisting and was waiting quietly for his arrival. What's going on? Did she give up? That's reasonable. Who could possibly stop such an attack? The fact that she lasted until now already makes her one of the top-ranking existences among the younger generation in God's domain. When the spectating crowd saw Violet Cloud apparently abandoning her struggle, none of them jeered or blamed her for doing so. It was very normal for Violet Cloud to suffer defeat. After all, even among the older generation of gamers, very few people could win against Sinful Flame. When Sinful Flame got within 15 yards of Violet Cloud, the cleric suddenly sighed and stabbed her staff into the ground. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU indeed, just like the guild leader said, I am no match for you when it comes to combat standards. I am also incapable of bridging the gap, even with my mana body's potential fully unlocked. It seems I have no choice but to go all out. This is a trump card that even my guild leader isn't aware of. Violet Cloud's body started radiating much denser mana than before, her mana now many times stronger than Silent Wonder's. At the same time, the suppression effect of the cleric's domain became even more frightening, so powerful that the phantom's sinful heart had summoned had decreased from 12 to 8. This sudden turn of events flabbergasted everyone inside the arena. Didn't she fully unlock her mana body already? Why is the density of her mana still increasing? Wasn't she using her mana body to fight before